item number 16. All right. We're now going to move on to discussion item number 16, explore opportunities for enhancing probation staff wellness and mental health and evaluate conducting a departmental review of staff workload. I'm going to go ahead and, she doesn't have a presentation, right? Right. Yeah, okay. Just to be clear, I'm running the meeting. Do you have a presentation? There's no presentation. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 15 requests to speak on item 16, 10 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note we received 1 e-comment in favor. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 16 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Jennifer Fox, Jennifer Walters, Benjamin Tristan, Roni Limon, Jose Gutierrez, and Consuelo. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose Gutierrez. I'm the president for the Probation Officer Association. We commend the Probation Department and the Board of Supervisors for the significant strides made in enhancing recruitment and retention efforts. This was an important step towards ensuring a robust department capable of serving our community needs. However, there still remains a great deal of uncertainty regarding the capacity of our staff to handle current and future challenges. As it stands, the vast majority of our staff face growing case workloads that go up year after year. Our staff members must also do mandatory overtime in the facilities. In addition to the current strain on our staff, other challenges are emerging. For example, the opening of the Youth Transition Campus, Phase 2, introduced significant expansion to our responsibilities. This new phase, designed to foster and rehabilitate environment, requires additional skilled probation staff to ensure success, staff that we don't have at the moment. Moreover, the enactment of Senate Bill 823, Juvenile Justice Realignment, has brought about a profound shift in our operational landscape. We are now tasked with supervising a more diverse and complex population of young men and women that age between 18 and 25, necessitating enhanced staff capabilities and resources to address this new demographic effectively. In light of these developments, the staffing study is not just is beneficial, it is imperative. It will provide the critical insights needed to prepare our department for the evolving challenges and ensure that our staffing levels and competencies align with our expanded duties and the community's expectations. Accordingly, we strongly urge you to support this letter. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Tristan. I have a collective time frame of roughly 2 years as a line officer at the East Mesa Juvenile Detention Facility. I am a 3-generation correctional officer, which I have expansive knowledge on correctional facilities. The current uncertainty of our schedule changing we face at the institutional level will impact drastically the daily lives of officers. Officers need consistencies in their schedules and cohesion in their delivery of their services. The ever-changing population and laws result in anxiety and deterioration of mental health. The uncertainty has already taken its toll on numerous officers, which has affected their personal lives. Institutional services are physically demanding for all officers, and even more given the shortage of officers. It has been resorted to us working 16 hours rather than our regular 12 hours and extensive mandatory overtime, which has contributed to staff burnout for all officers, including veterans, newer hires, field officers, and institutional officers. Officer morale and retention has plummeted at a high rate, which has impacted the functionality of the department in meeting its goal in implementing effective reentry services and reducing the recidivism rate at our juvenile population. Officers at the institutional level respond to fights amongst our youth often consist of multiple youths involved. There is also inherent that the increase of staff being assaulted, which has physically demanded and often emotional draining. Both of these have resulted in ongoing injuries for multiple officers. The sophistication of the use has brought about new challenges for the officers that we face, and increased risk of staff assaults. Not long ago, I revived a youth who suffered from the consequences of contraband. This traumatic experience of mental exhaustion, and some of the probation officers has been mindful that we took an oath to maintain safety and security. I also want to note that the chief has made it her priority for staff wellness, and I am requesting that the board assist the chief in elevating that staff wellness. So I endorse this letter to provide the relief to the officers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this honor in which I am here to elicit your assistance so that the Probation Department can continue to be the backbone of community safety. I am Jennifer Walters, and I've been a probation officer for the past 16 years, of which I have been in my current capacity of adult investigations for 10. In less than 3 years, I've become viewed as one of the most knowledgeable investigators due to attrition. We currently have 53 report writers, and of that, 20 have less than 3 years' experience. To put that in context, an officer can spend their entire career as an investigator and still face challenges of understanding the application of sentencing laws. The options our newer officers have to seek guidance from has dwindled. The few of us remaining face a daily dilemma, while the expectation from our justice partners remains high. Assisting a newer officer results in a decision of completing my work after hours or telling them I cannot help. Many of us have been greatly challenged to maintain our balance of family responsibilities as well, as I assist with caring for my 92-year-old grandmother, of which the demands are unpredictable. Since 2018, our workload allocation has just been added to. Law changes have resulted in multiple crimes in one case, numerous victims spanning over several counties and state, and requiring more time. We no longer have staff to obtain prior arrest report. This now falls on the investigator. Lengthier and additional assessments are required to determine risks and needs. We've seen an increase in mental health issues and lost the ability to obtain pre-sentence forensic evaluations. While adding tasks to investigators, we have not reduced anything other than staffing. Other counties have advised they no longer have time to write violation reports. Our justice partners no longer have time to research prior strikes, no longer have time to make mental health referrals, which directly impacts our duties. Other agencies have reduced their workloads, but adult investigations cannot because of the statute requirements of a court report. As a result of these factors, the quality and accuracy of our reports suffer. This leaves a large gap in community safety, and my colleague will speak more of the demands of our job and how that relates to our wellness. I urge you to consider this board letter. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Fox, and I'm honored to speak here today. I've been a probation officer with the county for almost 22 years, and I'm currently assigned to the Investigations Division. I am also a cancer survivor. So for me, wellness is more than a trend. It's a hope and a long-term goal. As such, I'm grateful to even be here to speak on the impact of the changing workloads and duties that have had such an effect on officers in recent years. As my colleague has detailed, over the past few years, we are doing more with less and with less experience to draw from. This affects our wellness as well as the quality of services we can provide in reducing recidivism and helping people re-enter our community. The job of a probation officer, regardless of assignment, takes a toll physically and emotionally, which is reflected in our safety classification. We are primary as well as secondary trauma victims and have accepted these roles willingly to be able to improve our communities. In addition to the increasing demands of our normal assignments, we have been dealing with the added physical and emotional burden of working mandatory overtime shifts in juvenile institutions. These shifts have been stressful, as for many they are outside the scope and duties of our chosen and regular experience. Additionally, they mandate the sacrifice of time, normally at the discretion of the officer, to choose to work extra, handle family responsibilities, attend doctor's appointments, or pursue other activities they find replenishing. The result has been emotional and physical depletion, which are conditions that have led to increased injuries, decreased resiliency, and the loss of the expertise in our workforce. Further, within investigations, there is a correlation between the increased mandatory overtime shifts and the decrease in officers volunteering to write the overtime reports. In turn, this leads to additional mandated overtime outside of juvenile institutions. Finally, the uncertainty of the department's ability to overcome these challenges and improve the working conditions continues to compound the problem as retention remains problematic. We take pride in what we do and strive for excellence, but we cannot achieve excellence without the assistance and support of you. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Mark, Brian Trumbaugh, Audra, and Michael Brando. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and honorable members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. Over the past years, we've experienced a troubling trend in our department and an increasing caseload per probation officer.
Can you please state your name for the record? Please state your name for the record.
Veronica Limon.
Thank you.
Our officers are deeply committed to their roles often going above and beyond to ensure individuals under our supervision receive the guidance and support they need. Yet, there's a limit as to how much can be achieved when one is stretched too thin. For example, in my own situation, the recommended caseload is 30, but my actual caseload is 43, plus an additional uncovered caseload of 22 that also must be covered. This unbalance not only hampers our ability to provide the personalized attention each case deserves, but also places an immense stress on our officers, affecting wellness and job performance. The correlation between officer wellness and the quality of supervision cannot be overstated. An overburdened officer faces increased stress, which can lead to burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and ultimately a higher turnover rate. This not only affects the individual officer, but also undermines our department's capacity to maintain the high standard of service our community expects and deserves. The proposal to conduct a comprehensive study is a step in the right direction. By evaluating our current workload and retention efforts, we can identify strategic interventions to enhance our officers' wellness, reduce stress, and improve our overall effectiveness. I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this proposal, demonstrating commitment to the overall well-being of our officers and the community we serve. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Speaker, please.
Sorry. Okay, Consuelo, I'm totally for this, because let's be real. Their workloads are heavy due to the constant mess up of this local and federal government, all by design. May I bring it to the people? May I bring it to the people who are in favor for this? They want the people stressed, overworked, and underpaid. Mucho trabajo, poco dinero. Our country is more concerned with the well-being of those entering borders illegally. Not only are they chartered across for free, they're well-fed, given a place to lay their heads, airplane tickets, and spending money. All the staff is asking for is a little relief, not a full paid trip to Fantasy Island. Instead, they stand here, like many others before them, begging government for help. The fact that you need to be here begging what should not even be up for discussion speaks volumes. These tax-paying, hardworking citizens shouldn't have to beg you. Contrary to their empty words, and no, this is regarding them, contrary to their empty words and promises, this local government has no interest in their own constituents' needs. They continue to do what is best for the feds in being federally compliant, not what is good for the well-being of its own citizens. May the people wake up and understand what in fact is happening. Things will never get better. This administration has no regard, they don't care. They are just doing their jobs. They're all trying to keep their jobs. And yeah. So I encourage you, I urge you, turn off your TVs, get involved, pay attention to what's happening locally, because our county is going to shit. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, the whole idea of doing this under the guise of mental health and staff wellness is just absurd. Literally, you're causing the problem. It's well known that stress causes mental health problems because you won't address the Federal Reserve and its cause of inflation, which is literally tripled prices in just the last few years. A lot more people are homeless. Yes, a lot of people do drugs to cope. The idea that you would take someone off the street, and I'm not saying I haven't seen people who probably need mental health help. I mean, they are completely whacked. We've all seen them every once in a while. But that's not the way this is going to be used. If it was, you wouldn't be addressing it with a new agenda item because you already have laws for that. You could already incarcerate them and put them on an LPS conservatorship. So the whole idea of doing that to someone who's doing drugs, which is kind of ironic because our society is pushing drugs right now, like hallucinogens and stuff, which they always do when the government is doing really shady stuff. They did it right after the Vietnam War, around the time that Nixon was getting us off the gold standard, and the people were really, really waking up. And university students at places like Kent State, it was a really big deal what was going on back then. And then they just drugged the hell out of everyone with LSD and pot, and it's typical. So it's kind of ironic that you're going to make people poor, stressed out as hell. The ones that do cope with drugs, you may do an LPS conservatorship, and then your pharmaceutical industry will make their problem 100 times worse than it ever was. And I have personally seen that in the few instances in my life with friends. It did not go well, and it did not help. They started out mildly bipolar and wound up schizophrenically whacked.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Bryant Rumbaugh. So here we are talking about, I did read the agenda item, guys. The probation department, which certainly fulfills a necessary requirement within the society. I am familiar with the difference between parole, probation, obviously imprisonment. I noticed that they were left out of the president's 21st century policing task force. And so obviously they want to get their, pretty much their dividends, let's just call it. For me, I'm sitting here looking at this society, and I just want to tell you guys something. I actually saw an interview just the other day. Ice Cube, who was pretty much a gangster rapper, okay, back when I was a young man in high school, NWA, West Side Connection, whatever. He was talking about really the prison for profit system, okay. What he said was this. He said the same groups of people that own the prisons for profit also own the record labels that essentially him as a young man trying to make it in this world would essentially correspond to their directives on the lyrics that he should write. And what we watched, here it is, this is Black History Month. Okay, so he was sitting there with his fellows trying to, let's just say come up in this world, like everybody's in it for themselves. All you gotta do is attend one of these meetings and you understand what people are curious about, or it's their pocketbook, that's it. Okay, because we live in a very greedy, a dog-eat-dog world. It's a system, okay? What we need to do is really progress as individuals, get our priorities straight, have the right tooling to really graduate from this greedy nature, okay? It is possible. What it's going to require, Jim, is taking the money out of politics. That's going to be part of it. Taking money out of the politics and engineering an engaged society. Because I see an entire generation that's lost. They've been out to lunch. We have the largest imprisoned population in the world, I believe, by percentage.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
It's not, there you go, okay. Michael. Number 16. Wow, the word hypocrisy keeps coming up over and over and over again, and I want to dovetail on something that Bryant Rumbaugh said. He didn't use this exact phraseology, but it's accurate. This is a consciousness issue, I really feel for the people that came up and spoke earlier and talked about their predicament and the stress that all of those people are under. Yet this topic, like all the others, can't be looked at as an isolated event. It's part of a bigger controlled demolition of our society. And yeah, you can put a Band-Aid on it with something like this, but again, it brings up the whole idea of hypocrisy. Truth comes in here and speaks sometimes. She's got a great sticker on her coat that says, "Politics is a world of hypocrites." Now, that's not picking on you, because it's actually the people out in the community that allow this. And all this would change if people start working together. But like Bryant said on this issue, people are focused, and probably because of stress too, so focused in a narrow band of consciousness on just trying to survive, it gets them in a fear mode. And they come in here begging for you to do something about it, and it's really not your responsibility to do anything about it. It's the people's responsibility to work together. That's really what this comes down to. So there's not an easy fix to this, But again, this is just part of a bigger picture of what's going on in our beautiful community. Thank you.
My person uses the name Audra. This is all by design, and that's what's so sad is that all these things that are set up around us is all for profit. So it's not really for the people's best interest, and it's sad to see that this staff is having to deal with this mental health and wellness, and that they're having issues. But so is everybody else. And you guys act like you're engaging in equity, but everybody's suffering. All of us on different levels, and a lot of it has to do with you guys. There's other elements, but it has to do with you guys, and it's sad because the probation system shouldn't even exist. Right? We have illegals crossing our border, nothing to see there. They're terrorists. It's good. It's good. They're letting them out of prisons. It's all good, right? To come here. And then we got to make sure that the community is being under control, under the control of the government. And it's all on a guise of we have to protect you. And it's sad because the police are entrapping people here in our community. So are the sheriffs. They will use bait bikes, right? Different things to entrap the people, to make them commit a crime. When the police and the sheriff are supposed to be protecting our rights. Your job wasn't to deal with penal codes and all of this stuff that you do, like arresting me if I come in here and just redress my grievances with the people that are supposed to listen. But we put all these people in a database and act like, and then it gets used against them. So when you're entrapping people and all of a sudden you make laws that are, it's illegal one day and when one day it isn't, then all of a sudden you're going to have a bunch of criminals, right? But it helps because if the prisons are for profit, if this is for profit, it brings you more business. And that's a problem because it's not really about protecting the community, because if that was the case, we'd be doing a whole lot of different stuff like closing the border, protecting the people, making sure there is an invasion happening. But that's not the point of your job, and you're doing your job very well.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone.
It's Truth, the one with that patch, not a sticker. Thank you. If Sarah and Nora have been working closely with law enforcement agencies, like this item says, no wonder things aren't going well and crime is up. Unless anyone really believes the Sandag crime numbers switcheroo, where gambling is considered a crime against society, while rape isn't. That's our Sandag. Anyways, county government's getting so desperate to expand in size, so they're now advertising on social media. Is the probation department really a hiring agency within social media now, like this item says? Seems like straying from the job description to me. And it's funny you guys thought that offering people more money would make them apply to work or stay working. That's just proof that not only do you guys not deal with root causes, but you also don't understand that the younger generations just don't want to work. Employee wellness programs are not what helps with recruitment either. Easy recruitment is the sign of a job people actually want. Retainment of employees is a sign of a job actually worth keeping. If county government can't recruit or retain people, that means you guys are failing overall. As item says, quote, in 2015, the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing recommended the promotion of officer wellness at all levels of law enforcement. The Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act was passed into U.S. law in 2018. Unfortunately, probation departments are often overlooked in grant opportunities, end quote. So basically, the federal government talks and makes demands they won't pay for on people they have no jurisdiction over, but still expects them to just do it. This item also mentions a series of studies from an external consultant. I like that it would be independent of the county, but how much money would that cost? What is a fair and reasonable price? I think you guys need to start spending thrifty like me. I got a brand new pair of shoes from Mexico for $10. You can't beat that. Overall, I actually think this board letter could have been shortened to a simple 2 paragraphs because most of it was repetitively redundant. So I'm not impressed. Not that this is a bad item, it's just not going to work. We got a country with no work ethic to deal with first. What's your solution for that? I'll wait your answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I want to thank all of the officers that were here today, and thank you for your comments, for all the work that you do every day. I want to make sure that you all know that we hear you, and that we've heard firsthand from all of you some of the challenges that all of you face. We need a very strong probation workforce, and we have been committed as a board to ensure that we have focused on recruitment and retention. That includes, looking at casework and workload, bless you. And I want to make sure you know that we are grateful for all the work that you're doing every day, that you're on the front lines, and also for you to know that your well-being is crucial for all of us. And so first, I want to say thank you to Supervisor Lawson-Remer for her partnership in this board letter and the ability to also work closely with the chief as we were making sure that it's a board letter that will have results that will impact our workforce. So I do believe that it's critical for us to invest in our probation officers since you are the ones that are sworn to supervise those that are in need of rehabilitation services. There's work for us to do, and so we've have made it a priority for us to invest in recruitment and retention. We did that in our as part of our budget, and I want to make sure you know that that will continue. But and also, we know how you are responding to very critical incidents, and in doing so, we want to make sure that we're promoting your well-being. And so what this board letter does is two things. One, we want to make sure that in 180 days, the CAO is able to work with the probation department so that we can have opportunities and resources to enhance staff wellness, mental health, and really give us a plan on how we're going to get to that, number one. And then the second recommendation is really to do this impartial review of staff workloads to be done by an independent consultant that really is looking into what else do we require to collaborate. So again, I want to thank the chief and the public safety team for their support in this, because the recent legislation has really impacted, I think, the department. And what we want to do in the end is make sure that everybody is safe and that they want to come to work and they continue to do what they do best. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion to support this board letter. Vice Chair Lawson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy to bring this forward, and good to be able to collaborate with the chairwoman on this. I think big picture, we know that the work that our probation team does is just so vital to ensuring that people can be reintegrated into the community and support effective reentry, but also to ensure that our facilities are appropriately staffed. And unfortunately, we've just had so many people working so hard as part of our probation team, really experiencing burnout and so many challenges with their own well-being that they have not been able to serve our community at the level that we need and deserve. So I do very much appreciate the leadership of our Chief of Probation, Tamika Nelson, who's been focusing on making these kinds of overhauls. I really appreciate the leadership of our Probation Employees Association, who has been a really effective and fierce advocate for their members to identify what those needs are and how we as a board can be more supportive. So I think this is an important strategic initiative to uplift the strengths of the department and to create more opportunities for our probation officers moving forward. So did you make a motion? Okay, then with that, I'd like to second. Thanks.
Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. I want to thank you and the Vice Chair for bringing this forward. Just thank you to our probation officers who have taken time to come out and speak and give details about caseload and what's going on the inside. And also to our Chief of Probation, thank you so much for being here and partnering in this effort to recruit and retain staff. We know that is at the center of your work and extremely important to lift the loads that you all are carrying. I think this effort will identify opportunities to create a healthier workforce and work environment, which will assist in those efforts of recruitment and retention. So just want to say thank you to everyone for bringing this forward. And I'm looking forward to monitoring the progress to see how recruitment and retention, along with this effort, help the department. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo and say thank you to our probation department. I know all the hard work that you're doing. I went on a ride along
few years ago, and it's just phenomenal, the work that you're doing. And hopefully you're helping people that are potentially homeless someday. And so we really appreciate all the efforts so anything we can do to help you in your efforts, let us know, and so happy to support. Thank you.
With that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are now going to be discussing item number 13 and 14 concurrently. So discussion item number 13 is the sustainable planning for a federally funded long-term migrant transfer site and shelter center. This is a follow-up to a board letter that was introduced. And then the second item is item number 14, which is one to temporarily close the border. So I'm going to go ahead and take public comment first. I'm sorry, we're going to have your presentation, and then we're going to have public comment, and then we'll take a separate vote on each item at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chairwoman Vargas, members of the board, as you are aware, the influx of asylum seekers in our region has led to unprecedented challenges. In the fall of last year, U.S. Customs and Border Protection began releasing many asylum seekers at transit stops throughout the region, a practice known as street releases. In response to this crisis, as part of a short-term mitigation strategy to support these asylum seekers, despite having no official role in the asylum process, the County of San Diego took action to support humanitarian needs. Your board allocated one-time funds to establish a temporary migrant transitional center managed by SBCS. Since it was established in October of last year, the temporary center, along with other local organizations, provided essential support to over 80,000 asylum seekers, including temporary shelter, communication assistance, and guidance for onward travel. It is estimated that 99% of the migrants served traveled on to destinations outside of the county. On February 16th, we notified regional leaders that on February 22nd, the county's allocated funds would be exhausted, leading to the closure of the temporary center, and street releases began again on February 23rd. In our letter, we urge regional leaders to prepare for the impact on our communities within the roles and responsibilities of each agency. In the meantime, we have continued to urge federal and state authorities to provide the necessary resources to address this humanitarian crisis. This item serves as a return for item 11 from the February 6th board meeting, where county staff was directed to look at longer-term options to address this issue. What we have learned in the last several months is that our short-term interventions are not sustainable when the root cause of failed immigration policy has not been addressed. This item outlines what would be a needed long-term plan for the region: a federally funded migrant transit and shelter center that can handle the fluctuating numbers of asylum seekers, both the vulnerable populations currently served by Catholic Charities and Jewish Family Services, and those who need onward travel assistance. This item also summarizes our discussions on how the current federal funding stream for the shelter operation for the vulnerable population, SSP, works with Catholic Charities. Specifically, the fact that SSP is a reimbursement allocation, similar to FEMA's other programs, that require the fiscal agent to front all of the money and then submit documentation for reimbursement consideration. Today's action would adopt a concept paper and advocacy plan that outlines in detail how the regional need can be met with specifications such as space to accommodate the flow of 500 individuals or families per day in a location close to the U.S.-Mexico border or central San Diego, with the ability to easily connect to transportation hubs. Large enough to flex between congregate and non-congregate space options. Include areas for guest support, staff needs, and medical support, and support 24-hour care. This plan can be used to advocate uniformly at the federal and state level with a very specific ask that will address the situation in its entirety. Today's action would also authorize staff to apply for any additional funds that become available for migrant sheltering and services that provide upfront funding for immediate use in the region. With your approval of the staff recommendations today, we will immediately begin advocating for this long-term plan. The recommendations are: accept the report, advocate for a long-term migrant transfer site and respite shelter, authorization to apply for any grant funds and/or allocations for migrant sheltering and services that provide funding in advance of services performed. This concludes our comments on this item. Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 39 requests to speak on items 13 and 14, 22 in person, and 17 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that for item 13, we received 6 e-comments, 2 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 3 neutral, and 1 individual registered their opposition. Also for item 14, we received 19 e-comments, 3 in favor, 14 opposition, and 1 neutral, and 1 individual registered their support. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. For those that requested to speak on items 13 and 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. For the in-person speakers, as your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board on both of these items. And I'm going to be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the speaker in favor, Melissa O'Connor, followed by the speakers in opposition, Kira, Jeff Noe, Ronald Romeo, Mark, and Tony Perez. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
I'm Melissa O'Connor. There is a cost associated with people coming illegally through our southern border, and we as San Diegans are picking up the tab. I want everyone to understand that San Diego County has partnered with local NGOs who are nothing more than a political arm of the current administration. Illegal immigration is a big business, and all eyes need to be on the following nonprofits who have seen a double or triple in revenue under the Biden administration. In 2017, SBCS, formerly South Bay Community Services, had an annual revenue of $27 million. By 2021, it tripled to $88 million. Jewish Family Service had an annual revenue of $20 million in 2017. By 2021, it quadrupled to $82 million. In 2017, Catholic Charities of San Diego had an annual revenue of $13 million, which over doubled to $32 million by 2021. Immigration is an enterprise for these orgs who are incentivized by our open border. They want to disrupt the status quo and rebuild the pipeline to refugees and asylum seekers. Over 80% of these organizations are funded by government grants. These grants pay for big salaries, immigrants' travel, food and lodging, plus their legal services. At the top is the United Nations, who is funding international migration, partnering with HIAS, who partners with our local NGO, Jewish Family Service. Look into these organizations and you'll see that they pay for lobbying and change American law through the ACLU. Your government is using your money to arm progressive nonprofit organizations that weaken America and steal resources from Americans who need them. Thank you.
Good job, So I'm just going to remind folks that the guidelines continue. So if you keep disrupting the meeting, I will ask you to leave the chambers, okay?
My name is Jeff. Regarding asking Biden to close the border, you all need to realize that Biden has no power at all. He doesn't make any calls. He is merely a puppet, as was Trump and Obama and the Bushes and Clinton, etc. This is not a country. It's a fraudulent corporation. I encourage everyone to watch jonesplantationfilm.com for a better understanding, Jim. Should the border be closed? For now? Yeah, probably. Once we get through this great awakening and everybody realizes the divine being they are, living in peace and harmony will be achieved and borders won't be needed. However, unfortunately, we're still in the darkest before the dawn part. I mean, the new golden age is here already, but in this physical third dimension, there's still obviously some darkness to play out. While no doubt some good people are just looking to head north, there is also no doubt some very shady characters are there as well. To anyone that's paying any attention, it's no secret that the corporation of America is deliberately being taken down from within. The economic collapse attempts are very deliberate. This board aids in it through their wild spending. The invasion through the southern border is equally deliberate. It's all contrived. Asking puppet Biden to do anything is a joke. The cabal has their plans. I simply revel in the knowing that they will not ultimately succeed. And while we indeed have a bumpy road ahead, we will prevail in this quiet war with silent weapons that's deliberately being waged against the still largely unknowing population of the world. It'd be nice if more men would set down their beers and whatever sports ball game is on the television and got more engaged, because we are in it and everyone is needed.
Next speaker, please.
My name's Kara, but I want to start my speech off today with the name that nobody in this room has muttered today, and that name is Laken Riley. Why was there no moment of silence for her? I'm just curious why none of you have mentioned her name. Was it because of the color of her skin? Was it because she's an American? Laken Riley was murdered by a Venezuelan illegal immigrant that was here by y'all's border policies that you guys have allowed happen in this country. Joel, you're just as bad as the rest of them because you were up here just pushing all of the money around, pushing it from one thing to another. You can do that with DARPA funds, just put it under the lost revenue. We do it all the time. We pay very much attention to what you say, we rhinoceros. I just wanted to thank also the citizen journalists of this county that are taking the time when they are not at work or down here trying to talk to some sense into y'all, that they're going to the hotels here in Mission Valley. Crown Plaza is one of them. I'm forgetting the others, but the Ramada Inn is another, where you guys are allowing the facilitating of sex trafficking, of child trafficking, and it is all on your hands. It is all on your hands. 85,000 children, 85,000 children have gone missing since the border's been open, and it's all in your hands. And you guys act like everything's okay. Monica and Jim, you're the only people that are paying attention to what I'm saying right now. When talking about this young lady whose body was left on Georgia's campus, you're the only two. You guys are shameful. Nora, you should resign. You are as corrupt as it gets. You should resign from here, resign from Sandag. There's a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit against you at Sandag. You guys are disgusting. This is Circus Vargas at its finest. Take a moment of silence and talk about what happened to that young woman at Georgia's campus. She deserves it. We all deserve it. Bullshit.
First warning, you will be removed if you continue.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, so why is this happening? Well, Rosa Corey talks about this in her video. Again, you can see this on YouTube. Start at 3 minutes, 30 seconds. She talks about the UN Agenda 21. It's real. The UN doesn't deny it. If you look up the UN Agenda 21 wildlands map, if you Google that, you'll see their map where there's red and yellow zones where none of us will be allowed in our own country right here. It's not all right. It is treasonous. Sandag is working very hard, and members of this board are working very hard to make this come true, where we'll be the North American Union without rights. Now, also, why is this happening directly? A lot of people don't know that when, I'm not right or left, by the way, and Rosa Corey is a staunch Democrat. Now, when Trump signed the USMCA to replace NAFTA, Chapter 30 gave control of trade and immigration over to a foreign unelected council. We only have one American member on, and he's not elected by any of us. So and Biden did not rescind any of this. You heard about how he rescinded all of Trump's stuff. He never rescinded this, and neither one of them ever told you. You're probably hearing about it the first time from me right now. You can go to this video, just see the video from 3 minutes to 6 minutes, and they'll show you a link to Chapter 30, which is only 4 pages long. I suggest you print it out and show it to your friends. By the way, the president nor Congress has the authority to give away their constitutional powers to any other council or anyone else. It's strictly prohibited. Total bullshit. So also, see this? I hope you're seeing these. These are the titles that she's been showing are of news stories. And you want to see this sand egg, by the way, they're limiting your movement at 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 50 seconds. Nora is working with people on the board to limit your movement in a totalitarian dictatorship.
Your time is up. We'll now like to call forward 5 additional speakers. Kimberly Ports, Kelly J., Audra, Bryant Rumbaugh, and Paul DeBold. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Ready? Hi there. My name is Ron Romeo. I'm a resident of Penasquitos. Forgive me, Jim. I thought you were my supervisor, but turns out I had the wrong district. Anyway, I'm here to share solidarity with the folks. I believe the border should be shut down, and obvious reasons. I'm not going to repeat. The time temporary is subjective. My concern is being an old-time defense manager, different levels, we had action items. And I would have one for you all. I don't know if that's appropriate. Again, it's the first time. I don't know if I have the right token name for ideas, but I'll do my best. And the idea is this. It's my understanding we have like 12 million illegals that have crossed already. And that's a real concern to me, especially with the understanding that I get on how the process operates. If they sign up for Medicare or medical in California, if they try to join a police force, or they get on the National Guard, or get a driver's license, they automatically get on our voter roll. That really, really concerns me, because that's illegal to me. And I ask you, is that a truism, or you don't know either? Well, I believe it's in your purview, since you control San Diego and perhaps have influence over the ROV, the Registrar of Voters, to find that out. Do I have a concern to know that my vote will be negated? And I'm not getting into politics, who it is, but I think we have a supermajority of Democrats in California.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, Paul DeBold. Maybe one of you should write a letter on the migrant thing instead of crazy stuff like blaming violence on guns, ignoring our due process, and ignoring free speech. The immigrant crisis centers are closing. We need real solutions to handle this problem, because the invaders are coming anyway. Whether it's through holes in the fence, by sea, or by plane, closing the borders won't work, and it has never worked. When immigrants make their way to a city by themselves, they're usually drawn to a place where they have family ties, job leads, or other resources available. Giving the immigrants jobs seems to be the key. For the Ukrainians, first, the Biden administration admitted the Ukrainians under terms that allowed them to work right away. Second, the feds had a plan for where to place these newcomers. Somehow, a few years later, we have unlearned this sort of coordinated approach, possibly with the government's loss of coordination. We seem to have a crisis of politicians kicking the can down the road until opportunists set it on fire. But why waste your time on writing a negative letter like urging President Biden to temporarily close the border? This is impractical, arguably illegal, contravenes international treaties, and cuts down on due process for those legitimately seeking entry. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. So here we are again talking about immigration. Okay, my thoughts on this is really this. Our citizenry in America, we don't even understand what America really is about. We obviously have not done our homework, okay? What I can say is this. We need to set an example for all these people. If they think that they're gonna come here and think that this is somehow 1970 again and the American dream is alive. I mean, we just had 2 5-year-old boys here. We're talking about wellness. What about them? Do we think that grants are just, I mean, we just print money in this world and it all of a sudden is of value? Production leads to prosperity, okay? Well, we have so much to learn. We need to have the tooling in place. Jim, I'm trying my hardest, man. I really do, and I do still want to work with you, okay? I got couple more chances here. When it comes to all these people that are coming across our border, they don't understand what Americanism is. Has that been defined? If I were to ask all these people in this room, what is important about America? Would there be a consensus even? Okay, I don't know. Look up the motor voters, sir. You know, the guy who was curious about that. I mean, apparently that's the way we handle business. We're not to the point where we can recognize where tabulation of machines and whoever counts the vote and voting machines, those literally overthrew legitimate governments all across our world. And that's been spoken of for many years. Sure, they've all been scrubbed off the internet because this is an attack. Okay, it's true, Jim. It is true, man. I do not intend to deceive. I do not intend to lie. I never would do that. I come up here with the best of intentions because I understand what America was supposed to be, and we are slipping fast. Great job, Brian.
My name is Kelly J. I find it ironic that they call them asylum seekers. The government has allowed this to happen. They've allowed them to come in, and it's all about money. Who are these people? Where are they from? They're not being vetted. We have no idea who they are. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from gangs. They're trafficking drugs. And it's human trafficking, child trafficking. That's what's happening. And you talk about being government funded, federally funded, that's U.S. taxpayer dollars, and they just simply print more money to do that. If they're here illegally, they should be deported. There should not be open borders. The Biden administration is allowing this to happen. You either come in through the front door, you come in through the back door. Who is this not fair to? The people who've come here legally. They spent years. They've taken a test. They've learned about our country. They care about our country. These people could care less. They come in with an open hand saying, give me money, give me housing, give me food. That's what's happening. And once again, it's all about money. How about Assembly Bill 2223? You know what that's all about? That's about killing babies for up to 28 days after birth, organ harvesting and child trafficking. Who's making money? Who's profiting on this? Misappropriating money. Unbelievable. If you can hear me, your parents chose life. Why are they killing babies? Why are they doing this to people? Why aren't they helping our homeless and helping our veterans? And what's this? What's this? Do you know what this is? This was in the men's restroom. This is a tampon. What the hell's going on in San Diego? What's happening down here? Unbelievable. Get down, Willie Brown says Kamala.
Who knows where to put tampons if you're a man, but you just...
I'm going to call the next group of 5 speakers, so please listen for your name. Lillian Serrano, Aaron Suramoto Grassi, Sam Choi, Ian Sorello, Patricia Mondragon. If I've called your name, please come forward. Consuelo, I've not called your name yet. Please sit down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Oh. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lilian Serrano, and I'm the director for the Southern Border Communities Coalition. But more importantly, I'm a resident of District 5. As a member of our border community, I strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on item number 14. Calling for a border shutdown, not only is this request harmful and racist, but it will worsen the already dreary situation of migrant deaths in our region, turning our communities into graveyards. Shutting the border is a politically motivated message, catering to fear-mongering rather than addressing the complex challenges facing our communities. Last publicated data by CBP shows an already alarming increase of migrant deaths in our region, 60 to be exact, in only 5 years. This number does not include the hundreds of rescue missions that members of the Border Patrol engage in a daily matter in our region. Asylum seekers are among the most particularly vulnerable populations. They're fleeing persecution and violence in their home countries. It is essential for all of our elected officials to recognize that seeking asylum is a fundamental human right protected by international law. But more importantly, that everybody in our region should have their dignity and their humanity respected, regardless of how they got here or when they got here. Thank you.
It's a legal process.
Excuse me, Aaron, before you get started, every person in this chamber has had the privilege of silence when they've got up here. So let's please listen to each other whether we agree or not, and then we'll get to the deliberation, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Erin Surmoto-Grassi, Policy Director at Alliance San Diego. I'm also a chapter leader at the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance and a District 2 resident who is deeply ashamed right now. We are here. Alliance San Diego is strongly opposed to item 14, the board letter calling for the border to be closed. Decades of research and data have shown that deterrence policies and an enforcement-only approach does not work, and it only makes immigration more dangerous and costly by forcing individuals to cross in difficult terrain. Thousands of individuals died crossing the desert since Operation Gatekeeper was implemented in 1994. This is not new. We have known and we continue to know that this is not the right approach. It never has been. It only leads to a loss of human life. San Diego has received large numbers of immigrants for years, decades, centuries. We have not called for the border to be closed to other groups. For example, when Ukrainians arrived in 2022, we welcomed them with open arms, which is exactly what we should have done. So why is it, when the majority of asylum seekers at the border are Black and Asian, that we call for the border to be closed? It is time to call a spade a spade. The reality is some of you do not value every human being as equal and fail to recognize the dignity and worth of the Black and Asian migrants at the border. Unfortunately, we have seen this sort of racism and xenophobia before. It is what led to the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Page Act, the Alien Land Law Acts, the Gentleman's Agreement, the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act, and the quota system, and Executive Order 9066, which led to Japanese Americans, including my family, being imprisoned. As local leaders, we deserve better. We deserve better from our local leaders. You have a moral obligation to recognize the human dignity of everyone and to uphold and protect human rights.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samuel Choi, District 4 resident and policy fellow.
Can you hold on one second?
Sure.
Give me a second. So, I know you're acting up because the cameras are here. I want to remind everyone that this is a civil discussion that we're trying to have. If you're not willing to do that, I'm going to ask you to leave the chambers. This is your last warning. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Samuel Choi, District 4 resident and policy fellow at Alliance San Diego. As a son of immigrants with family members who sought political asylum decades ago, I stand here today because host communities welcomed my family when we first arrived in this country. America has an obligation to uphold its commitment to human rights, and that includes honoring the right for people on the move to seek protection. As a community, we have the capacity to ensure a safe and dignified arrival to all migrants. In recent months, we've seen large numbers of Black and Asian arrivals. Closing the border at this exact moment not only violates fundamental human rights, but it is also xenophobic. Supervisor Anderson's proposal is reminiscent of previous racist policies, including the Page Act, the Chinese Exclusion Act, and former President Trump's Muslim bans. We urge the board to reject this proposal and vote no on item 14.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Cervelo. I am with the Asia Pacific American Labor Alliance, or APALA, and I also am the current chair of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, SDIRC. I am a resident of Tierra Santa and a constituent of Supervisor Anderson, and I am outraged by this illogical, nonsensical, and hateful proposal fueled by the right-wing narrative that there is an invasion of criminals and terrorists happening at the border, which is false. According to Supervisor Anderson's letter to President Biden, and I quote, "I strongly urge you to take immediate steps to close the international border and to take the action necessary to address the ongoing humanitarian crisis." Think about that for a minute. And if that statement even makes sense. To provide humanitarian assistance to these migrants, the logic goes, first, we close the border on them. We want to remind everyone that we have tried closing the border before. From March 2020 to May 2023, the border was closed under Title 42. The situation we have at the border right now, the human suffering, the hundreds of injuries, and the multiple deaths is a result of the closing of the border under Title 42. And the continuing policy to heavily constrict access to asylum relief. These policies forced people to go through more dangerous routes and made them more vulnerable to human smugglers and traffickers. The situation will be made worse if we close the border again. Supervisor Anderson, if one really wants to mitigate the humanitarian crisis, I am sure the solution that will arise would not be the closure of the border. Instead, the county and other local government units should provide sufficient resources to welcome these human beings with dignity and respect. Lastly, if we are really an advocate of rule of law, then we will allow these people to exercise their legal right and human right to apply for asylum.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear from, I would like to call forward 5 additional speakers: Michael Brando, Consuelo, Michelle Sellery, AJ Hoven, and Ansermio Estrada. If I have to call your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Patricia Mondragon, Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego, also the daughter of immigrant parents who have lived in District 4 since 1972 here in San Diego. People seeking asylum have a legal and human right to seek protection in the U.S. Closing the U.S.-Mexican border is a violation of those rights and will not help people seeking asylum in our region, nor the humanitarian crisis in San Diego. Rather than approving additional county funding and working with NGOs who have been responding on the ground since before September 13th, we are here discussing a xenophobic proposal to close the border when we are seeing large numbers of Black and Asian migrants. Focusing on deterrence and enforcement does not reduce the number of individuals attempting to enter the United States. It makes it more dangerous and more costly for them to do so, forcing them to take more dangerous routes or become victims to human smugglers and traffickers. Based on CBP's own most recent border rescues and mortality data, both migrant deaths and rescues are trending upward at alarming rates. Since mid-October, there have been at least 5 deaths at the San Ysidro-Tijuana border. We know some of these deaths are caused by drowning in the Tijuana River. while crossing the border and falling from the border wall. In addition to deaths, we have seen an unprecedented number of injuries due to wall falls that require hospitalization. These unnecessary human tragedies also require San Diego resources. There is a better way. We urge the county to provide support and resources in order to ensure a safe and dignified arrival in our region, and reject xenophobic calls to close the border, which only risks the lives of migrants and residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We can't take care of everyone. We're overwhelmed.
All right, Mark, that's your first warning. You're disrupting the meeting.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. My name is AJ Hoven, and I'm with the California Immigrant Policy Center, here to support SDIRC in urging you to oppose item number 14. As a member of a statewide organization with touchpoints across California, I can say that the good work being done by community groups like those that are part of SDIRC here in San Diego represent a source of hope and inspiration to folks across the state, and stands as an exemplary manifestation of the American ideals of welcome to folks coming from elsewhere seeking safety. This work repudiates the assertion that we live in a self-centered society and instead dares to assert what could be done if we lived as a community. It is brave work and deserves to be honored as such. I'm also an immigrant from Asia, a product of an American system that has allowed me to grow and prosper. Knowing the increasing numbers of Black and Asian folks approaching the border, I find it personally urgent to ensure that San Diego continue to exemplify welcome and humane access to families that look a lot like mine by opposing item 14. I was raised here and remember that the story of the Mayflower was one centered on people fleeing persecution to find hope for a better life. There's a direct line between that experience and the experience of those coming to the border now. Please vote no on item 14. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and board members. My name is Anselmo Jake Estrada, AJ Estrada, a member of the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council with 30,000 plus members across the region. I'm a resident of West Chula Vista and the proud son and grandson of immigrants to this country. I'm here in opposition to this item and find it concerning that any county leader would think shutting down the largest economic driver of this region as the solution, the only solution to what is clearly a humanitarian crisis. The San Ysidro Land Port of Entry is the busiest land border crossing in the Western Hemisphere, currently processing an average of 70,000 northbound vehicle passengers, 20,000 northbound pedestrians per day. In July of 2022, the United States and Mexico traded over $65 billion in goods, more than $53 billion crossing the southern border via trucks and trains. Supervisor Anderson, your report states that there would be no fiscal impact by closing the U.S.-Mexico border. This is not a serious proposal, and it should concern our entire region that you think it is. Instead, our county should be focusing on working with the NGOs that have been responding to the needs on the ground since before September 13th. We should be treating this like the humanitarian crisis that it is and ensuring that people seeking the legal right to asylum can do so. We urge the County Board of Supervisors to reject this proposal and to vote no on the proposal to close the border, vote no on item 14.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person. Clint Carney, Ilka Weston.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Solari, and I am the Vice Chair of the American Immigration Lawyers Association here in San Diego. And I come here today because our attorneys represent these asylum seekers. And we know firsthand the atrocities that they are fleeing from. And to shut down a border, the place that they're going to seek refuge, is not what this county stands for. I genuinely believe that. To ask the federal government to shut down the border, you have to think, what kind of county are we? Are we the type of county that shuts the door in the face of individuals that are seeking their legal right to asylum, that are fleeing for their lives because of logistical challenges? and fear of the unknown? Or are we the type of county that stands up for rights and defends people's non-derogable right to life as defined in the International Human Rights Declaration? I believe that we stand for what is right. We stand with those that are fleeing persecution, and to go against those and shut the door on them when all they're trying to do is live. I know that all of you stand for that, for protection of our community and those seeking refuge.
Next speaker, please.
They're not shutting down anything. So they're not shutting down anything. This is all a show. Divide and conquer. Consuelo, reminder, there's only one race, the human race. Not a very bright species either. No matter who is sailing the ship, the plan stays the same. One of the greatest successes of statism is its ability to convince everyone that it's only the current guy in power who's the problem, not the system itself. Catchy words they love regurgitating: sustainability, equitable, safety, crisis. It's not just a one-time event, as Desmond mentioned earlier. It says here, long-term transfer site and shelter. No end date is indicated. They continue to forget about our county's newly homeless residents, newly homeless due to government negligence. Yet they want to protect and, cater to people who have not done anything for our county or our country. Nothing surprises the ones paying close attention. We get what's really going on here in our county. Everything this local government does is only for enabling things to run smooth, not for the people, but for the global agenda at hand. That is the United Nations Agenda 21, the agenda for the 21st century. Things are bad, and there's no plan for things to get better for any of us anytime soon. Programming by design began generations ago. You either are aware of the programming or you are being programmed. So until everyone wakes up, no one is safe or off limits. The ones on the dais may be entirely out of touch, but they are not untouchable. These pawns are just puppets being used. They serve their purpose to the ones pulling the strings, but they too and their families will soon be affected by their own policy. Be careful what you do on the dais. It has ripple effects.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes.
Michael, first I want to apologize to Truth. It's a patch, not a sticker that says politics is a world of hypocrites. Regarding this item, up here it says County of San Diego. It really should say Propaganda Update Hub. And I attribute that to the original draw, Propaganda Update, because this is really what this is all about. Number 14. All of a sudden, this interest, because of money, you want to close the borders. Well, this was a problem all along from the get-go. In fact, there's a great book called The Controlled Demolition of the American Empire, which touches on this. Not conspiracy theory, just actually what's going on. So I thought it was interesting that during a lot of the speakers, Nora left the chambers. That's kind of interesting, not listening. I want to thank Melissa O'Connor for mentioning Catholic Charities. People hear the word Catholic Charities and it sounds all good, but when you dig deeper to find out who's funding them, not good. And it's just like the Pope promoting the bioweapon serum injection. He doesn't speak for Christ, he doesn't speak for God. So this mixing religion with Catholic Charities and doing open borders is nonsense. All of these people lined up here talking about how we've got to be humanitarian. If I were to go out in the hallway and talk to them one by one and ask them what it means to be an American, I don't think they'd each give a consistent answer. In fact, I don't think each one of you up there would give a consistent answer about what does it mean to be an American? Bryant Rumbaugh's right about that. People have been so dumbed down. And Jeff Noe was correct when he said that US Inc. is a corporation. And this is all part of the process. The good news is this is all destined to fail because people are going to create something new, and it's not going to be according to these plans.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Clint Carney. I'm with Survivors of Torture International. I'm also a member of the advisory board of San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. We all have different ideologies, different belief systems, but we all operate from the same set of facts, one set of facts. And here are the facts. 108 million people around the world are forcibly displaced from their homes. About 60% of those stay inside their own country, but they're forcibly displaced to leave their housing, their home. So about 40 million or more are forcibly displaced to leave their country due to violence, war, torture, famine, other reasons. It's known that torture is carried out in 141 countries around the world. 75% of the nations of the world, torture is reportedly carried out. It's also known that 44% of asylum seekers, refugees, and asylees who reach America are survivors of torture, 44%. So we should never turn our back on torture survivors. We should never turn our back on asylum seekers seeking protection at our border. We don't want to be like Texas. We're California. And if you take a quick look at the statement of the sustainability impact statement at the bottom of item 13, that's county language, and that's the kind of attitude we should have here. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask that if you're going to have side conversations, you go outside, please. We want to be respectful to all the folks who are speaking.
You do it all the time.
That's your second warning, sir. Luke, Audra, that's your second warning as well. So I am just telling you, you're disrupting the meeting. I'm going to call you on it. Go ahead. That's your first warning, sir.
You're disrupting the meeting.
That's your third warning. You can leave.
I didn't ask it to. You know who you're talking to? Who are you talking to?
You. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's your second warning, sir. Go ahead.
Can I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I really don't need a microphone, but one, I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak. I don't agree with all of you all of the time, and there are some of you, one of you, that I agree with all the time because you really have the human decency. Monica, thank you so much.
Can you please state your name?
My name is actually Ilka Weston. I'm a member of too many groups to mention, and I'm opposing item 14 for practical reasons. And thank you very much, President Vargas. You know how much I respect you as well. The disrespect in this room, I'm going to use some of my time to say, we're not in high school. I've seen better behavior in preschool. And the disrespect to the people sitting here, even if you're on the opposite party like Mr. Anderson, who decided to sell us out to the Sheriff's Department for a facelift, which does not kill people, the inside does, is a concern. Now, the reason why I'm opposing is because we are a border town. It will affect us fiscally. We have a number of people coming from China, Israel, Pakistan, and we're the ones who created that problem. Not us in this room, but the Department of Defense, President Biden himself, and there is reasons why we need to stand with our border and leaving that open. Many people may not know the history, especially if they're laughing and they're grabbing their eyes, because during our lifetime, when there has been war against a culture, they didn't care if it was Vietnamese, even if it was a war including Vietnam, they would throw anybody into a concentration camp setting or a detention center, more like it, and that is just, it's just upsetting. I mean, it just tears your heart out. And what we need to do is urge President Biden to come up with solutions, not just let people come in willy-nilly. And we definitely need to protect the children. And we need to reopen housing. No more grants. Where we really need to put our money is we need to put our money into housing for traffic.
Thank you. Final call for Tony Perez, Audra, and Kimberly Ports.
I didn't say anything, Nora. That was pretty messed up to give me a second warning when I didn't even have a first. You wouldn't even tell anybody what the warnings were. Yeah, my person uses the name Audra. This is all by design. I'm just wondering if we stick this man pond in the border, if it'll stop the flow, right? That's what it says it'll do. But this is intentional. You think that that $6 million that you have is actually stopping this from continuing? This is funded outside of the county by the UN, our federal and state government, the United Nations. This is all by design. And the fact that you sat there and waited till the end of the time to pretend to say like, oh my gosh, we need more money. You knew it was going to run out. It didn't even cost you $1.5 million for the 5 months. It was only $1.2 million, yet you're asking for 1.5. We're funding to pay for the defense of these individuals when they come across and commit a crime. So that person that was murdered and all the other ones that happen, even the police, when somebody's sitting here and saying, well, I have a disability, I don't speak English, so I should be able to go and murder people. It's great, because it's like, this is all of your guys' fault, the fact that you want to let the border be open, Nora, because you're an immigrant. There are people who are not having our best interests at heart coming across the border. You can't even look up and own up what you're doing. You sit here and you won't look at the people. How about we end the sanctuary state status instead of pretending to close the border, because that's not even going to happen because you guys don't want to permanently do it. You want a long-term facility for these illegals. And the funny thing is that they are at the Ramada. There are restaurants that are sitting here and feeding the people 3 meals a day when our homeless people can't even get 1 meal a day. You know what? They're going and digging in the trash for scraps. And these people, it's this very well funded. And it doesn't stop at the $6 million. It's continuing to happen at many hotels in here and all these restaurants. It's being funded outside of you guys. And the fact that you think that you're doing anything here, this is a bunch of hocus pocus to act like you give a damn. When something happens, it's your fucking fault, and you should be putting them in your fucking home.
Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone.
That is. I'm going to read you the rules. The rule says that if you're continuing to disrupt the meeting and I'm asking you to leave because the words that you're using are not appropriate. It says here you're not supposed to use loud or threatening language and clapping or stomping feet or any of that stuff. So that's your third warning. You can go ahead and leave now.
You want to play games? Let's do it. I did not do anything. I'm not leaving because you didn't. I did nothing the other time. So there we go.
You didn't give her the right amount of warnings.
Let's go, let's proceed.
Just be consistent, that's all we're asking.
I'm not asking you for your opinion. I'm asking you to please leave the chambers. This is not your opinion. I'm not asking you for your recommendations. Please leave the chambers. I'm sorry?
You guys gonna beat the shit out of me and drag me out into the hallway?
Nobody's going to be hurting anyone. I'm just going to ask you to please leave the building. There's been 3 warnings that I've given you already. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and remind you that your continued comments continue disrupting the meeting. So I'm going to ask you to leave. I'm going to take a break and ask you to leave the chambers. Thank you. All right, clerk, we're going to continue with our meeting. I just want to make sure that I put this on the record. It's very important that I emphasize to everyone that no disruption of the meetings will be. I'm going to go ahead and ask for the rest of the public members to be able to be heard. But I just want to make sure that I emphasize here this whole discussion about how many warnings people get. I want to make sure people understand that the county board rules of procedures do not require three warnings, and that's a courtesy that I am giving folks. But I will not tolerate any type of foul language, any type of racism and bigotry. That is absolutely not acceptable in this chamber, not on my watch, and we're not going to do that. So please, if you have something to say, we want to hear from you. Please stay on message, please stay on topic. You have 2 minutes to address the board. We absolutely want to hear you, even if we don't agree with you. It is important that everybody has their time and that you're respectful to each other. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Faith Klinger. Hi, I am a Marine Corps veteran and resident of District 4. I am speaking on item 13, sustainable planning for long-term migrant center. We need a sustainable welcome plan in San Diego for those subject to street release by Customs and Border Patrol. A few points I'd like for you to consider. I am requesting the County of San Diego to commit to continue funding to support a holistic welcome plan for migrants subject to street release, because our streets simply cannot sustain the unique needs of so many different people. I'm requesting transparent accounting of funds allocated to date from SBCS. They received $6 million and blew it in 4 months. I want to know where it went. I want to know how many paid staff they have. I want to know how many of those paid staff speak languages other than English and Spanish, as the data collected by El Otro Lado since September represents 20 different languages by asylum seekers released to the streets. Again, the streets cannot sustain those unique needs. I want the concerns brought up by migrants to SBCS staff to be swiftly addressed. This has not been what is happening, and it must be addressed. Medical concerns also need to be swiftly addressed because they have not been consistently provided. Also, the Welcome Center doesn't have adequate outside covered areas, so when the migrants arrive, they must wait outside on blacktop for hours, and then again after their intake. Reliable Wi-Fi also needs to be provided so that migrants can help themselves with their ongoing travel plans. Volunteers have had to use their personal Wi-Fi hotspots so migrants can connect to make travel plans, and that's just not sufficient. I want to reiterate my ongoing concern regarding the allocation of county funds and the delivery of services by SBCS migrants being released in the San Diego region. This has been addressed by several humanitarian aid groups already, and there have been no changes. When will you listen to their concerns? And again, I will be speaking on item 14. I am opposed to closing the border. This doesn't help those seeking asylum. In fact,
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Kim. Good afternoon. I'd like to begin my comments with the scripture. For God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. I have to confess I struggle with the and self-control portion of that scripture when it comes to item number 14, which states, urge President Biden to temporarily close the U.S.-Mexico border. Urge President Biden? The sitting president has already shown his cards for 3.5 years. We've been witnessing the largest invasion in our country's history. For decades, I've witnessed the steady stream of illegal aliens cross our border, and now we are at levels never seen before in our history. We are, in fact, being invaded. Every day, thousands of new enemy troops are invading, and that is not an exaggeration. Images of young fighting-age men from all around the globe are infiltrating our state and our nation. We cannot do business as usual. You all should be demanding protection for our family and way of life. What are we going to do when these millions of illegal aliens get desperate for more amenities? Do you think they'll just sit by and patiently wait for more handouts? We're facing an inevitable danger, and I refuse to be silent. We are being invaded. We need to wake up. Be better at negotiating. Find solutions. If you can't, we'll vote for people who can. There is an awakening unfolding, a revolution, if you will. We need the people. We, the people, are no longer going to sit on the sidelines and listen to elected leaders tell us what cannot be done. I urge all electeds to please close the border and protect your constituents. Do better, and we will stand with you. Thank you for serving your community.
Thank you. I'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Maria Chavez, and I reside in Chairwoman Vargas's district. I am going to speak on both items. First, I'm going to speak on item 14 because that's going to be the quickest. I oppose the request to President Biden to close the border. Closing the U.S.-Mexican border will not help asylum-seeking migrants released in San Diego, nor will it help the humanitarian crisis in our region. Instead, it will risk lives, and it is not aligned with the welcoming spirit that we claim to be in San Diego County as a binational region. Specifically, I'm concerned that this is coming now when we are seeing large numbers of Black and Asian migrants arriving to the United States claiming asylum. This is unacceptable. Focusing on deterrence and enforcement does not reduce the number of asylum seekers, nor does it stop individuals from attempting to enter the U.S. It makes it more dangerous and more costly for them to do so, as we have seen with the numerous falls from the border wall. Secondly, I would like to speak on item number 13. Item number 13, I marked that I support it, but I am technically neutral to it. The county prepared this plan without any input from partner organizations who are on the ground and have been on the ground since street releases began in September. This is unacceptable. I urge the county to adopt a plan that is a collaborative approach that works with actual immigrant rights organizations who are on the ground, regardless of whether there is money available. The county needs to be partnering with organizations that are not going to leave once money runs out and will continue to be there for migrants. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now hear from the next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. I would like to start by stating that no human is illegal on stolen land. I would also like to apologize on behalf of, speaking as a white person who lives in Jim Desmond's district, I would like to apologize on behalf of all of the white racists that have been spewing vile, disgusting rhetoric about migrants. Man, we as a society just don't learn anything, do we? Like, man, so much vile rhetoric in these chambers. Like, South Park, which is by no means a left-wing show, made fun of you assholes 20 years ago during the Bush years. For God's sake. And the performative nature of Jim Desmond speaking, oh, there's an invasion coming into this country. Like, Desmond, your district not only does not border Mexico, but it's the farthest from Mexico in San Diego County. The closest neighborhood in your district to the border is freaking Mount Laguna. And the closest city in your district to the border is Escondido. So you are the last person on the Board of Supervisors to care about what's going on at the border. Is what's going on at the border concerning? Sure, but no, I am deeply opposed to item 14. We do not close the border. That is against international law. People have the right to seek asylum, and using biblical scripture to justify your disgusting bigotry, oh, man, that is low. And also using a victim of violence as a political pawn.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
This is Peggy Walker, public health educator. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I appreciate your reasons to temporarily close the border and restore a lawful immigration process. Most notably, as Supervisor Desmond noted, current policy is a glaring failure to safeguard our sovereignty. In addition to unsustainable costs and community disruption, the open border poses an unprecedented public health threat by facilitating illicit transport of drugs, including marijuana and fentanyl. Drug smuggling is an attack. It contributes to the runaway black market, dangerous, unregulated products, and too many deaths. Unfortunately, promotion of the marijuana industry has helped pave the way for increased risk of other drug use, including illicit fentanyl. Most illegal drugs are transported by smugglers on foot or vehicles crossing into California and Arizona, not Texas or New Mexico, according to the DEA. 87,000 pounds of illegal marijuana and 27,000 pounds of fentanyl were seized in 2023. Considering just 2 milligrams equal to 10 to 15 grains of table salt is a lethal dose, it's no wonder illicit fentanyl has exacted an enormous toll. There's no data to know how much was not seized. The DEA attributes 90% of illicit drug seizures last year to 2 cartels from neighboring Mexican states of Baja and Sonora. Temporary border closure will reduce the strain on Border Patrol and Protection Services and help better address out-of-control drug trafficking that is assaulting our society. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Mehan Abdullahi. I'm part of the SDIRC. I am disappointed and outraged by this proposal. Seeking asylum is a human right. Asylum seekers have the right to seek protection in the United States. And I remind those supporting this proposal that with the exception of Native Americans and enslaved Africans that were brought here against their will, and Native Mexicans whose borders we swallowed, everyone else is immigrants or might say descendants of colonizers as well. Where was this attitude when non-Black and non-Asian individuals were seeking asylum? Who determines who can and cannot be an American? This proposal is xenophobic, it's unproductive, and has a narrow-minded approach that doesn't help San Diego deal with the crisis at hand. What we need to do is support NGOs and increase county efforts to meet the demands of this humanitarian crisis. Instead of asking the Biden administration to close the borders, what we need to do is ask this administration to change their foreign policy approaches that leads to instability and unrest in the world, creating more migrants. I oppose this proposal, and I hope the county votes no.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Pam.
Well, I am the proud descendant of a West Virginia Yankee soldier who fought to end slavery and preserve this nation. And now the preservation of this nation is threatened by invasions on both borders. Illegal entrants are dropped off 700 to 900 people a day. Not all of these are asylum seekers, and you know it. The majority are illegal immigrants, and this is obviously day after day. Biden stopped DNA testing, so no way to confirm minor children are with an actual parent. He won't protect children. Instead, these children are being trafficked, and many NGOs are complicit, no matter what they say. And $6 million ran out in less than 4 months. Who's accountable? Catholic Charities, SBCS, Jewish Family Services, American Red Cross. Just because they appear or have a religious title doesn't mean they have anything to do with God. We continue to have fast-growing numbers of senior and veteran populations experiencing homelessness for the first time, and these individuals are being sent to the back of the line to prioritize dollars to illegal immigrants. Biden has not helped New York City. You know your efforts to gain his help are just an act, and now you pretend you want the border closed. Not surprisingly, the progressive, leftist, elitist, Democratic Party all share one and the same brain to cause chaos, murder, and mayhem for the goal of destroying this constitutional republic to gain and maintain power. They, including most folks in this board, do not care about the American citizen, about people who love this country or America. Most folks on this board don't even care about anyone living in this county. If not on your watch, Nora, then under whose watch has this occurred? To paraphrase you, God sees you, God hears you, God judges. And thanks, Kevin. You spoke out on behalf of white racists. That means you are a white racist.
Now hear from the next caller.
Truth, I can't follow that, but I demand my people's land back from that white immigrant worm, Kevin. Item 14, the head lobotomy and chief's not going to close the southern border, but it wouldn't solve anything anyways, and American citizens have a right to travel. Nora and Joel, letters to Biden are a joke. It's pure political theater and a future campaign selling point, Joel, not fooled. And item 13.
Patty Lembo is the president of South Bay Community Services.
Who's paying for the bus ticket? Who's paying for the airlines
of San Diego? We have to take the cash, and then what we do is we put it on our organization's charge card. We've become a money exchange.
A few meetings back, many who were aiding and abetting the crime of illegal immigration and human trafficking came here demanding an audit of this whole SBCS operation. But if all you supervisors agree that this is a federal issue, then why did you blow $1 million a month of county taxpayer money on it? This anti-American racism is making our country a graveyard. It doesn't matter who funds unlawful actions. We already have a way to address legitimate asylum seekers. It's called the immigration system. Not criminal street releases at 4 in the morning on public transit meant for Americans, or treasonous Border Patrol agents cutting wire to let people in, or thousands of people coming over mountains from every country in the world openly only looking for jobs. That's not what asylum is. All the federal government cares about is their fascist deals with big business to import the new cheap labor source. The news brags about it, and so do arrogant politicians like Nancy Pelosi.
We have a shortage of workers in our country, and you see even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying, why are you shipping these immigrants up north? We need them to pick the crops.
Pick the crops like slaves. But if anyone really wanted any solution, then why wasn't an advocacy plan created last year? Or a funding strategy to begin with? Is this Welcome All Unvetted Center really closing to avoid an audit of SBCS's operations? Would this new plan keep them on as a monopoly fiscal agent, the sole money exchangers? Yeah, bunch of...
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Mackenzie, and I am a proud advancement manager with Alliance San Diego and a member of District 4. I'm deeply saddened and ashamed by the motion put by the board today. Instead of putting county effort towards human-centered and long-term solutions, this motion relies on reductive, xenophobic, and racist rhetoric surrounding immigration. Every person has the inalienable right to seek asylum and protection from their own country. We are all entitled to basic human dignity and kindness, no matter where we are from. It is astonishing to me as how we are a country built and founded by immigrants, we can support such horrific and inhumane measures. We are all human and we all deserve dignity. Past research has shown that border closures and enforcement only lead to an increased loss of human life and other human rights violations. To be clear, when the border closed during Title 42, it was closed only to asylum seekers, not to people traveling across the border for business or for tourism. This is a blatant disregard of international law. As a community, we should be focusing on how to welcome and integrate newcomers, not deny them entry or discriminate against them. I strongly urge the board to vote no on item 14 and turn their resources and time towards developing long-term solutions in collaboration with community members who have been on the ground since day one and nonprofits who do this work day in and day out. Thank you for your time, and please vote no on item 14.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on these items.
All right, so we're taking these two items together, and then we're going to vote on them bifurcated, okay? So there's been a lot of, misinformation. But before I address the board letters, I want to first say thank you to SBCS and the organizations on the ground who have stepped up once again and efficiently run the first migrant transfer center that has helped over 80,000 asylum seekers get to their final destination. I'm really grateful for all the work that they've done. This is not the first time that they stepped up. They did that with when we were helping the young, girls during the convention center, and along with them, many other organizations that have once over and over continued to step up. I think most of you know that, I have been engaged around the issue of immigration, asylum seekers, and refugees most of my life. And, the Rapid Response Network, when it was created to really support the transition of how we support asylum seekers to get to their final destination. And I am really proud of the work that we have done as a board, and I'm grateful to my colleagues who really understand that this is a global humanitarian crisis, and that a person seeking asylum that is really, fleeing persecution, they're in situations like it has been mentioned where staying home in their home countries would be of a detriment to them. And I also am grateful that, and it's important to I think, state that seeking asylum is a legal right in the United States since 1980, and that's actually, it was in the 50s, and then there was some additions to the law. But I think it's really important because there's a lot of, again, misinformation that's being shared about who these folks are. And so I want to make sure that I put it on the record. It's important to set the record straight in this discussion that we're having today, because we're talking about asylum seekers. That's what we're talking about today. That's one. The other one is that the number, and I think it was really important that folks have shared that the diversity of where folks are coming from have increased from both Asian communities and African communities. And so it's important to make sure that we highlight that the crisis that we're facing globally is one that we need to figure out how we address together. However, what we have before us is two different things, because I want to make sure I bring us back to what this is about. One of them is item 13, which is a sustainable plan for federally funded long-term migrant transfer site and shelter. We've been doing this work from day one that I got here. We've been trying to figure out how do we think long-term about addressing the global human migration, which we know is not going to go away, and looking away from it is not going to, make it get better. We want to make sure that people reach their final destination, and if you look at the numbers, you'll see that the Migrant Transfer Center has been a proven, system to be able to get people to where they need to be, which is home safe to their family members. And so one of them, what we're doing today is we're accepting the concept paper that's been presented by our team, who worked really quickly on putting this together, right? So I really appreciate the work that you've done. It also emphasizes and re-emphasizes that this work has to be part of our 2024 legislative program. I've been sending letters to the president. I know that, to our members of Congress. And the other one is to really authorize our CIO to really think about how do we look at philanthropic opportunities to be able to support a center like this, right? Because in the end, we know that it works. And so before we address the item, I wanted to ask the other CAO the opportunity for our government affairs team to really talk about where we are right now and the funding that people keep talking about that we didn't go after, because I think there's some misinformation that needs to be addressed and we need to put it on the record. We've been working in partnership with our congressional delegation, very grateful for them, but we also know that Catholic Charities and Jewish Family Services were the ones that applied for the federal funding that came before us. So let me go ahead and have you do that first.
Thank you, appreciate that. Caroline Smith has been leading many of those efforts, so we'll turn it over to Caroline.
Thank you, Sarah. And Chairwoman, thank you for that question. The funding that you referenced is the Shelter and Services Program, federal funding that is administered through FEMA. And that funding comes about in two tranches. And it is not a traditional competitive grant, as you would think, where a NOFO is released and then an application is provided and then they announce the winners. What this grant is more along the lines of an allocation. FEMA announces the fiscal agent for the region, how much money that region will be getting through that fiscal agent, and then how that fiscal agent can then submit a budget to be reimbursed. As with most of FEMA's funding streams, as the Chief Administrative Officer mentioned earlier, it is a reimbursement. So the fiscal agent fronts the money, provides the service, and then submits their budget for a reimbursement. The funding that was issued with this round of SSP for this federal fiscal year came in two tranches and then a supplemental. It's important to note that all of that funding was allocated before our transition center ever existed. So the first round was in June, the second in August, and then they had a little bit left over that they issued in September to be able to be reimbursed. The fiscal agent for the region in San Diego is Catholic Charities. And as a region in partnership with Catholic Charities, who also works with Jewish Family Services, they were the best fit for the fiscal agent because they were currently running a shelter. So we didn't provide any service that was eligible for the SSP program at the time that money was allocated. So instead of being the middleman, that money went straight to the folks who were providing that service. And important to note that they are providing services that are much in line with that program. They care for those who are vulnerable, those asylum seekers who need that extra support coming across the border, and a shelter that lasts a little bit longer than what we were providing to the folks at the transition center. So all of that money that was allocated to the region, and our region was only second behind New York in the nation for the amount of money that was awarded. So certainly the region did well in funding, and that money is going to Catholic Charities and who subcontracts with Jewish Family Services for the important services that they provide. And so the conversation has largely been that SSP is currently the only funding stream that sort of addresses what we're doing right now, which is true, but what we need is a little something extra. Either more SSP, additional funding for the Migrant Center, a way to make this who addresses everybody that is seeking asylum in the region, which is what the concept paper before you today is to advocate for, that we have a more comprehensive approach instead of trying to piecemeal what that funding has not been able to cover thus far. So that is where we find ourselves today in looking, of course, we have an uncertain federal budget and an uncertain climate about when those appropriations will take place from the federal government. And so that is why the long-term plan before your board today is important in seeking any source of funding. And most importantly, one of the things, as again, the Chief Administrative Officer mentioned, is that money is provided up front so that those folks are providing the services can get those services moving immediately without having to compromise the other services that those fiscal agents provide.
And then Caroline, if I could, just one more thing. Any updates as it relates to your conversations with FEMA as well? That would be, because I know you're in contact with them, because I think that was also one of the areas of confusion as to whether we've been connecting with FEMA or not.
Thank you very much for that question, Sarah. Yes, we had a meeting with them specifically about this program and opportunities for available funding on December 19th, when we knew that we had a long-term situation on our hand and we wanted to see what was able to be accessible. We are greatly appreciative of the administration for continuing to stay engaged with us. We had meetings with them on this topic as recently as yesterday morning. We appreciate their engagement and helping us look for a solution in the short term in the absence of those appropriations. It has been difficult to come by, but we continue to meet on an ongoing basis on this exact topic with both the Department of Homeland Security representatives as well as FEMA representatives.
So that's the first item before us, and so I'm happy to make a motion to support the concept paper and all of the recommendations that are before us on number 1. And we're going to take item number 14 separately, but I want to make sure that I address it now so that my colleagues can have this conversation. So number 14 is a really tough board letter to see before us, especially because of the collaboration and cooperation that this board has had in the last 3 years. It actually breaks my heart to see that we are, piggybacking on the xenophobia that's happening at the national level. And the reason why I say that is because I know that my colleagues are not xenophobic. But I understand that to me, this becomes, a position that allows people who are xenophobic and who are, who don't really understand who we are as immigrants and who we are as a binational community. It gives them the opportunity to come here and really disgrace who we are. And so for me, it's really hard to sit here and to listen to the hatred. And I understand I'm a public official, and we can hear this, it's fine. But it is not okay. It is not okay that in 2024, when we have a responsibility to address some of the toughest issues in this country and in this state and in this community, that we create policies that really spill hate. And I say that for this reason. From day one, I've shared with all of you that I am very proud to be binational, that I'm very proud to be a fronteriza, that I'm very proud to be an immigrant, and I think all of you know, I'm a U.S. citizen by naturalization. I am the best of what this country gives to immigrants, and there's so many more in this room that are immigrants that give so much to this country. Immigrants who, because of them, you have food on your table. Because of them, you are able to have, culture and diversity, and they all don't look like me, right? We are very diverse, and many of them, like I said, are here today. When we talk about closing the border, it is the rhetoric that's been used at the national level to politicize our communities and to really create hate, and it's really, really, really a horrible thing, because let's put aside the feelings and the emotion. Let's talk about practicality, all right? Let's talk about what this means to not only this region, but to the state and to the country. In this region, we have 7 million people who live in the San Diego-Tijuana region. This is just San Diego-Tijuana. I'm not even talking about the whole U.S.-Mexico border, okay? There are $250 million of regional GDP that this community in this country benefits from that particular border. And there are 140,000 people that cross the border every day to work in San Diego. Legal residents, U.S. citizens, people who come and work here to clean your houses and to do your gardens. And what's really important for all of you to know is that when we're talking about these communities, you're talking about folks who, like I said, and I've said this before, if it wasn't for the fact that people can live in Tijuana, our homeless population would be tripled, if not more. There are numerous people who are living in Tijuana every day because they cannot afford to live in San Diego County. Our homeless population is almost 11,000 people. We would have more people who would not be able to have a home if it wasn't for the fact that they come back and forth every day to work and to go to school, and they do it legally. And so for me to sit here and to hear a conversation about closing the border is how we're going to address our humanitarian crisis just seems, like a political stunt. Because the reality is that closing the border would have a huge impact on our economy and our interconnectedness as a culture, our families. You know why we know? Because it happened. It happened when we limited the cross-border interaction during COVID. Families were not able to see each other, their grandparents, their kids. People were not allowed to see each other because they couldn't cross the border. And it also impacted communities like in my district in San Isidro with hundreds of businesses having to close because the people in Tijuana who come every day to spend their money here were not allowed to. So closing the border is not an option in a binational region that is thriving, that is economically integrated, culturally integrated, and a region that really understands the power of who we are in this binational community. And so it is sad to me that we are having this discussion. I want us to focus on solutions. I want us to make sure, like you, I don't want street releases. I don't. And that's
Would you
why—
like me to present my—
No. Well, I don't want street releases. But the reality is that it's happening. We've offered a solution. We're going to continue to advocate with the federal government to make sure that additional resources are brought to our communities. But there is no way that I can support item number 14. So the first motion before you is to accept item number 1, and then we'll take on item number 2. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, do you want Joel to, this is his item on 14?
He already spoke to it before.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I haven't spoken at all. Not to any of this.
Oh, you would—
Everyone else has,
That was the
but I
last one.
haven't.
That was the
It was
last
the last one,
one.
yeah. Go ahead,
You
sir.
jumped and didn't let me present it, so I didn't realize, I didn't mean to strike a nerve. Clearly, you're very sensitive about this.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate— don't make me gavel you down. I think that when I think about horrible things, I try to look at it from everybody's angle. I had the good fortune of being the vice chair of public safety for 12 years in the legislature. In immigrants, we had several bills that I co-authored or joint authored that protected immigrants who come here. They're easy targets. And in many communities, they're a target. Earlier, in December of 2022, before they started the street releases, I did a grant to El Cajon City Council, to the city, so they could buy more surveillance. The concern I had was as they do street releases after midnight, and they drop people off that have money because they want to buy a ticket to fly to wherever they need to go, it won't be long before criminal elements realize that they're easy prey to rob. They may or may not speak English. They may or may not be able to read English. They're being dropped off in the street, no assistance, no help. So, Madam Chair, if you recall, I joint authored the board letter to create the transportation. So it's a far cry for people to come up here and say, oh, this is so horrible. They're not looking at the complete picture from my view. While I appreciate I didn't get elected in your districts, you didn't get elected in mine. And if you had, and I know, Madam Chair, you have a lot of street releases. In fact, you just got 1,500 people, I believe, earlier this week. But I did everything in my power to avoid those street releases because I don't want to see anybody preyed on. I'm not Congress. I don't control border issues, but I do control how we treat people who come to our country. I wrote the letter that welcomed ahead of the Afghan immigrants coming because I knew that I had the largest immigrant population of refugees west of the Mississippi in my district. I can't say that anymore because, Monica, you now have half of them. I have the other half. But at one time, that was entirely my district when I said it. But I got elected for solutions, not to get worked up, not to lose focus. And sometimes these are tough conversations, and we shouldn't read beyond what actually is being presented. And I know it's difficult because I'm very emotional about things too. And sometimes I lose focus and I get caught up in it. But I don't want to see immigrants being targeted as crime victims. And I don't want to set them up for failure. They have, when they come across, and I went down and toured the border in December, and I saw the influx that was coming in, and that we can't keep up with the influx. And so we're not providing them with the services they need. We can't afford to do it because we're out of money. We've done everything we could. But back in December of 2022, I wrote my first letter to the president, to the governor, to the Congress, to everybody I could, pushing forward, looking for solutions on this issue. Tomorrow, we have, my office has a meeting along with a few others with the White House administration to discuss these issues. I sent letters a couple weeks ago, and we got a response, and we're moving forward with it. But we need to do more, and we need to step up more pressure. This letter isn't to shut down the border, it's to shut down the immigration until we can get control, because I don't want to see bad outcomes. Not for the immigrants, and certainly not for my constituents.
So just for clarification, the board letter says direct the interim chief administrative officer through the Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs to send a letter to the White House from the Board of Supervisors urging the temporary closure of the U.S.-Mexico border.
Right, it should, for immigration. We got people that live in Tijuana that we haven't found houses for on this side of the border that work here every day. We can't shut down the border. It's the economics of it. We can't shut it down. What we can do is get control of the immigration. So while it was stated as that, I'm focused on the immigration side. And, but in this board, we amend stuff all the time. We have open and honest dialogue. 100%. There's a lot of flexibility. In fact, just recently, you all voted for an idea of mine, but we haven't identified a funding source. So there's always flexibility. And this is temporary closure until we can get control on it. But I can't take any more street releases in my district. And I can't stop the Border Patrol from dropping them off in the middle of the night. And we got to do something, because it's not right to the people I represent. It's not right to the people that they're dropping off. Across the board, this is a failed policy, but none of us here control that policy. So the other part that strikes me that no one talks about is they're not in, I'm not picking on La Jolla, but they're not dropping them off in La Jolla. They're dropping them off in San Ysidro, and they're dropping them off in El Cajon. And these are some of the poorest communities in San Diego County. So the poorest communities are being burdened with the greatest need, and yet many of these folks, you know, you've heard me say before, the average household income in El Cajon is $58,000. $58,000. And yet we're going to drop all these folks off, drain their resources. I mean, you could define this as federally sponsored homelessness, because if they can't find their way to the airport, if they can't find their way to their transportation, they're going to overwhelm our resources. And just this week in your district, Nora, 1,500 people were dropped off.
Oh, I know.
And we can't, now, since we started that center last September, 80,000 people moved through the county to their final destination. If they couldn't find their way to the airport, we'd have 80,000 people in our homeless shelters. Oh, wait a minute, we don't have that many shelters. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, we have a pending crisis and disaster. What can we do? Where can we add pressure to get outcomes from people who evidently don't feel our pain? Because if they felt our pain, they would give us the resources necessary. That transit center was highly successful. So I want to look at all the options. those options mean that we have to have tough conversations sometimes. And I get it may be too emotional to have that conversation. But I can't use political science to serve when we need data and real science. And I get, I listened to all the speakers and I just thought I get that they make money off of immigration, but I see people, I don't see money. And I see my communities and I don't see money. I see people that work hard and they deserve a good quality of life. And burdening them with all the housing is not fair. And putting people into their community is not fair to the people that are being dropped off. There's no way we can describe street releases as humane in any way, shape, or form. We're literally abandoning people on the side of the street and saying, hey, good luck. That's not right. We're better than that. So the issue of this is if we can't get control of the border, then what are we going to do? And I'm just simply asking, we need to step it up. Now, when I sent the letter to the White House, I didn't expect to have a meeting tomorrow, but yet I do. And so I'm just saying, somebody in the White House is paying attention. Let's not lower the pressure, let's amp it up and make sure they know. Now, I'm inviting the airport, because the airport has a tremendous issue too, right? Now the airport's saying that they don't want people there more than 24 hours in advance of their flight because they're being overwhelmed. I mean, at some point, an adult has to meet the call and say, we've got to do what makes sense for everybody. And it's not about picking winners and losers, it's making sure that nobody loses. So that's why I wrote this board letter. We are doing a lot in my office over it. And I get it. I get calls from people telling me about how horrible I am, that I shouldn't be spending tax dollars and I shouldn't do this. That's fine for people that never had a street release on in their front lawn. That's fine for them. They can have any highway road that they want, talking about how awesome they are. But I'm worried about the person. I don't have a street release in front of my house, but I have constituents who do. And they matter just as much as the immigrants. So we need to find a balance where we help everybody, and that's the goal. I hope that was helpful.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a quick question for Caroline. Catholic Charities, they're housing the more vulnerable population that's coming across, claiming asylum. Are they full? Are they at capacity?
I do not know the answer to that question. I think it changes on a day-to-day basis, depending on how many folks cross in the vulnerable populations. So I don't know that we have a static number.
I'm happy to answer the question for you, that it is.
At capacity.
It is a capacity. And one of the challenges that they have, which is why what we came up with was an opportunity to close the gap, right? Because both Catholic Charities and Jewish Family Services are at capacity to be able to meet the number of folks that are coming, because it has increased as a result of Title 42.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. My point is, the federal government is funding them, supposedly, I guess, if they in the rears. They're funding them, but yet they're allowing more people into our country without the capacity to manage them. And to me, that's the root of the problem. Is the federal government they've got services available, but they're allowing more people in than they and or we can handle. And so I'm going to speak first to item 13. This is on the updated federally funded long-term shelter, which I thought they should have been funding that shelter all along, so I'm glad that's finally come to fruition. But I understand the intent here. And it's the need to smoothly transition migrants to their final destination. So the current immigration process, to me, I've been to the border several times, I've been to the Iris Avenue drop-off site for the street release. The current immigration process is disgraceful. It's disgraceful for our country, it's disgraceful for our citizens, and it's disgraceful for the migrants who've made the journey here. Our immigration process should be dignified, orderly, and safe. And it's certainly not dignified where people have to come through a hole in the fence or under a fence or over a fence or through a river. And it's certainly not safe because not everybody is being properly vetted. Matter of fact, I just heard today the people that were dropped off at Old Town, where they transferred to another bus to go to the airport, that many of the men were wearing ankle bracelets. I don't know why, but so ankle braces is kind of the new thing with the Border Patrol.
No.
So I'm not done.
So just so
I'm
you
not
know-
done. I would like to finish.
Okay,
I do
so
not
now
want to
I'll
be
explain to you.
interrupted.
Okay, I'll
I do
explain
not
to you
want to be
where
interrupted.
people get ankle
Thank
braces.
you.
It's the Border Patrol.
Thank
puts
you
them
very
on there.
much. I would like to finish. I was at the Iris station this Sunday, where migrants were just being dropped off by Border Patrol buses that just showed up. And I saw 2 buses show up full, and there must have been a third one that was already there because there was already people standing around. And it was in the parking lot right next to the Iris Station Transit Center. There weren't even bathrooms there. There were 4 porta potties, and they were all locked up. And I asked one of the MTS people, because I saw him go up to use one of them, and I said, "Are these available?" And he said, "Nope, these are only for MTS personnel." So you had probably 100, 150 people there standing next to the parking lot, and Border Patrol was just saying, "Get off, you're free, get off, you're free to go." And so it really isn't a dignified way to handle what's going on here. So, and like I said, there was no bathrooms or any facilities there. I did see some gentlemen using the restrooms or using the parking lot and going in between cars. And you could see puddles of urine throughout the parking lot. Many of the individuals I spoke to, they were nice, they were friendly, they were disoriented, unsure of where they were going or how they're going to get to their destination. Nobody knew what was going to happen next. And what did happen after about an hour after the 2 buses showed up, a different, it wasn't a Border Patrol bus, but a different bus, nondescript, big white, nice bus, and it picked up and took as many of the migrants as possible, filled it up, and proceeded to we followed it, it proceeded to the Old Town Transit Center. And there, again, I went to the Old Town Transit Center, I had to go to the bathroom. There was still no facilities. There was no bathrooms, even at our major transit facility. They're in Old Town. So, and then they got off the bus and then waited in line very nicely and everything for a to get on a smaller bus, which was a free shuttle offered by MTS that took them to and from the airport. So unfortunately, our airport is now the migrant shelter, is what it's becoming. So I think this is a horrific situation that really does require a solution, and we all should be coming up with solutions. However, I think that our efforts to secure a shelter are actually complicit with a disastrous system. We have a system right now that allows and actually encourages people to just jump ahead of the line by walking across the border unimpeded and asking for asylum. And I witnessed that too. I was at the Hakumba, thank you. Hakumba area where there's I guess we had a lot of people coming through. I don't know if they still are or not. But I was there, and there was a Border Patrol agent there, and there was an encampment there, and there was a bunch of migrants on this side of the border just waiting for immigration to do something with them. And there was an immigration or a Border Patrol officer there. We spoke to this person briefly, and he said, "Yeah, there's going to be we know there's another drop-off coming here in about 10 or 15 minutes." And we witnessed a Suburban on the other side of the border, the Mexican side of the border, comes, racing up to the fence where the fence meets a mountain. There's a hole right there where they were allowed to. They just came across. The Border Patrol agent could not approach them or do anything with them or to stop them from coming across the border. Basically, just says he was a little bit. I'm not going to give his name out or anything, but he was discouraged. He wasn't able to do his job, and so we've actually got, it's a horrific system. And we have a legal system in this country. We have one. And and people do have a right to seek asylum, but not in the way I understand federal law. you ask for asylum, and then you're supposed to be detained for a day or two, or you're supposed to be detained until that asylum that you're seeking has been verified or recognized. We have got embassies. We got embassies just about in every country on the planet. We have embassies where people can go and they can ask for, they ask for visas, they can ask for asylum, they can ask for, I guess, entry into the United States. We have that in place. And you can do it online. You can do it online as well. So we have a legal process, but we're not enforcing that process. We're not enforcing that. And if we did enforce the current process that we have, and I do want, we're a country of immigrants. My great-grandparents immigrated to this country. We want to allow immigration, but we want to do it in a dignified, orderly way. And if we did that, we would not need a migrant processing center if the federal government properly managed the border and the immigration process and only allowed the numbers of people across that we could manage and properly vet and take care of, like we do here at Jewish Family Services and Catholic Charities. But that's not the case, where we're just allowing people to cut ahead of the line. And I don't care what party you're from. If you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, cutting in front of a line is no good. No good at all. And so the fact that we all kind of get that, but we're allowing, I think we, the United States, are allowing people to cut ahead of the line, and that's what's really causing the chaos. That's where the root of the problem is, in my opinion. And we need to stop doing that and then have a process where people can come into this country legally. So I think that by allowing this federally funded long-term shelter here is just being complicit with the federal government and the current mess and the fact that they're not upholding the current laws. They're making this mess. I do not want to be complicit in a system, in a symptom of a failed and broken system. That needs to be fixed first. We should not be supporting shelters here in San Diego County. We've already got them. The federal government is overloading them and expecting us to do something about it. So that's item 13. Item 14, this is the letter, I don't know, did you make a motion or anything, Joel?
I'll move it there, thank you.
Okay, all right, but I'm going to ask you to change it a little bit and you've stated it, but I want to make sure. We've sent many letters at this
Supervisor,
point.
I'm trying to interrupt you, but
Well, you just did.
because I
You
need
just
to
did.
clarify a procedure. This is a clarification of the procedure. I said we were going to take item 13 first, so hold on one second.
Okay, then
And
talk
then we
about
were going to take
15.
the second one, so I'm not accepting an amendment yet to that one, because we're on item 13. I was very clear from the
Okay.
beginning, so I want to make sure you understand.
I'm done on 13.
You can speak to item 14.
Oh, well, damn, I started. Okay.
Because what happened was you went ahead of the procedure. I said we were going to do item number 13, and then we were going to have a conversation, and then I was going to speak to item 14 as well, because both of them are related.
Okay.
Which is why we took them together.
Okay,
Then we're
okay.
going to go ahead, and
Okay.
after item 13, we're going to go ahead and take a vote on number 14, so that they're separate votes.
So we're going to talk about them first, and then we're going to vote on
Yes,
each of them
sir.
separately? Okay, all right. Phew. Okay. So item 14. We've sent many letters at this point without any response from the federal government. I called on President Biden in October to shut down the border to new immigrants until we have a system that works. We want to allow immigrants in, but the system we have is not working right now. And I think this is nationwide. I mean, New York, Chicago, Denver, every place. It's not working. So I realize it's I don't think it's optimistic that any letter we send to the feds is going to elicit a response at all. I'm glad we have the opportunity to potentially take a stance as a county. But I want to make a differentiation here. Practically, as you had mentioned, Supervisor Anderson, we can't really shut down the border entirely. There's currently people, as our chair had mentioned, there's people who are working on both sides of the border. There's businesses that depend on each other. There's work visas. There's people that daily work in the U.S. that come here from across the border, and vice versa. So we really can't entirely shut down the border. I think we should, if you would amend your motion, or you think your motion to be, we only shut it down to new immigration, because our system is clearly failed and overwhelmed, and until we get a new system, a new manageable system.
We can go ahead and hold off when that motion.
So anyway, that's what I'd like to have on that one.
Okay.
So again, I'm not done. Our current immigration system is severely broken, and perhaps, I mean, this is kind of radical, shutting down the border, but drastic measures take drastic action sometimes. And maybe this is the slap in the face, that to say, hey, wait a minute, we really shouldn't be shutting down the border, which we shouldn't be, but maybe this is a slap in the face of our federal government to change the policies in something that's workable. People from all over the world are walking across the border right in front of Border Patrol agents because they know they can skip the line and claim asylum. Migrants used to run away from Border Patrol agents in the Obama administration, in the Trump administration, in the Bush administration, in the Clinton administration. Migrants used to run away from Border Patrol. Now they cross unimpeded and run to Border Patrol. Migrants who are illegally crossing the border used to, I just said that. So we do have a legal immigration and asylum system in place. However, we are complicit in allowing people to skip ahead of the line. Last year, only 14% of the people who actually went to and had an asylum hearing, only 14% of them were actually granted asylum. What happened to the people who didn't show up and didn't get granted asylum? Nobody knows. So we see videos of people saying they're coming for economic reasons, and it's truly tragic, and I'm not just mentioning it because somebody had said this earlier, but it's truly tragic, the story about the University of Georgia student who was murdered by an illegal immigrant, which could have been preventable. So, I think perhaps the shutting of the border, again, might be the slap in the face or the hit in the head to the federal government to do something to make a user-friendly, dignified, orderly, and safe immigration process. Thank you very much for the time.
Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
Caroline, I have a question just about SSP funding. And we've had kind of an extensive conversation about that. There are reports that Catholic Charities actually hasn't received funding from the government, from the federal government, even though they applied for this bucket of funding. Can you, and I don't know if any representative from Catholic Charities is here, and I know there's hesitation to speak on their behalf, right? But I'm trying to get a little bit more specific about our asks and about what's truly going on the ground. If we are receiving money in the region, where is it going? Are we receiving the money that this region, not the county, but that Catholic Charities and others apply for?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor. We have heard the same thing. And so, as you mentioned, hesitate to speak on their behalf, but in our meeting with FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security yesterday, it did come up. So one of the things I think we will be able to do with your board's approval, especially of action item number 2 today, that will allow us to assist our regional partners in advocacy for their funding. And relating it to our own experiences, I know you all heard an earlier item today, we also still have funding claims outstanding for a couple of years, and so sometimes that reimbursement process is not always easy. And so with those FEMA programs, so understanding that is a concern in those programs, and certainly offering to assist them with any advocacy they need in getting reimbursed in a timely fashion.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that adds to the chaos, what we're going through now, and the ability, the fact that we do not have the capacity as a region for what we are experiencing at the border. I think it does, and I've always said this, it lies at the feet of the federal government. But I also know there have been bills at the federal level that that have increased border security that actually haven't passed through Congress as of right now because of the majority that's in Congress. So that's another part of this conversation. I can appreciate going to the president, but also there are a lot of talks right now, congressional talks about that very thing. So I think we're left with very limited options. I do think the Welcome Center was a good one, right, where we were able to have a place for people to transfer. And tell me again what that transfer rate was. Was it up at around 90% or higher?
99.5%.
Yeah. So for that $1.5 million a month, my hope is that we can get the federal government to provide that funding, because that was, to me, we built out a model. We had partners engaged in that, and it worked. So I seconded, obviously, item number 13 with the 3 recommendations there. There is a lot said today that I really am not going to address, partly because I do think that these conversations are extremely sensitive. And although we hear a lot of things that I could take personal, that I try not to, because it's my job and I signed up for it, right? I think that those conversations are good eye to eye and not on a dais, because there's a lot of things that I want to say, a lot of inaccuracies. And so I'm trying to ride that line of 2 things. One is I try to remain true to the fact that I do want an understanding among people, not just us fighting all the time. That is very hard to do when the second thing is battling what is just absolute fiction and saying it in a public arena that is just not factual. How do we combat that in a way that does not look condescending? I'm being transparent. I'm struggling with that. I'm truly struggling with it. And yes, Consuelo, you are shaking your head. We can also talk outside. I have no problem with that, and you know that. Because what I have to say, I don't want to say up on this dais, in this mic. No problem talking to you as well, okay? So you don't have to make those faces anymore. We can talk outside. Okay, so I support item number 13 and these 3 recommendations that are attached to it. And since we're talking about item 14 and not voting on it yet, yeah, I don't support item 14. Again, the focus being, I understand the focus on the president, but there is the majority in Washington, D.C. right now is shutting down a bill in particular that would increase border security. So I think we need to keep that in mind too when we're, putting these names out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Weimer?
Yeah. First of all, I actually want to just acknowledge and appreciate all the participation of everyone who has cared and continues to care so much about this issue. And I'm very sad that we're at a point where we have done so much and tried so hard to be a bridge to help folks who are coming across the border into our communities and needing help. And we've done, I think, a really extraordinary job of getting people the help that they needed to get processed and to get to where they intended to go, to get a bus or a plane or a mobile phone charge, to get a meal, to connect with their relatives. And we've had just so many people coming through our community, and 95% of them have not stayed, have gone on to other destinations. And I think that's the success of what we've done as a county. But unfortunately, I think when we put this forward, nearly 6 months ago now, my intent at the time was that we could be a bridge, that there was some federal funding that remained available from other sources, and it was appropriate and reasonable to use federal funding to be a stopgap to address this issue here in San Diego County, because it was federal money. And we did that. And I certainly came to this with the orientation and the belief that Congress and the president were hard at work on a bipartisan bill to fix the border situation, because it is extremely clear that we have a huge shortfall of investment in staffing, in resources, in personnel, in processing facilities, that we have rules that are antiquated, that don't make any sense any longer in how people are being processed at our borders. And this has been the case for quite some time. This is not a new issue. It's been a case for quite some time. We know we need more people, we need more security, we also need more attorneys to help people process their claims so that they can either be processed efficiently, if they are going to be approved eventually, or processed efficiently if they're not going to be approved eventually, so that they don't end up in just released on our streets, right? There are rules and there are laws, and there are reasons for those rules and those laws. But unfortunately, despite the national consensus that clearly we need to have a vast overhaul of our immigration system on so many levels, including the fact that you could end up here in this country legally here, because you're fleeing rape or persecution or death squads in your own country, and you can't get a work permit for years. And so you end up not being able to work. And these are just rules that everybody knows that need to be fixed. And Congress and the president were working on a bipartisan bill to fix these rules, which is why I supported the initial stopgap measure. But unfortunately, we've seen just a complete failure of leadership in Congress. And there was a bill, and President Biden worked hard on this bill. It didn't contain everything I liked, to be honest. There were lots of parts of the bill I didn't like. But there was a lot of compromise and a lot of thought. And it was written by a number of the Republicans, including the Speaker and the Majority Leader. And then when our ex-president got wind of the fact that there might be a fix to immigration, and this would no longer be a political football that he could kick around, he organized our leadership in Congress to torpedo this bill for political reasons. So I am very sad that we have people who are being used as political footballs. I don't have any other way of describing it. Just they're the victims of individuals who have political ambitions and don't care about their fates and their futures, and that's where we are. So I'm happy to support today the first item because I think it's important that we put forward a plan and a cost analysis that says, hey, this is what we need. This is what we need to do the job that has to be done here in San Diego County. And we've put that forward, and I personally don't have a lot of hope, given what's happening in Congress, that our request is going to be heeded. But I think it's incumbent upon us to have done the work and done our due diligence and put forward a plan and said, we have a plan, and we need some funding to make that plan a reality. And I appreciate the work of the team in putting that together. So I'd be happy to support that. As for the second item, I can't imagine a more absurd response to a crisis created by Congress than to urge the president to do something that the president's already trying to do. I am sure the president would very much like to fix this border issue, but he has no allies in Congress. So, you know, the chair spoke eloquently about the kind of importance of our binational community and the extraordinary damage that closing the border would pose to commerce, the $502 billion in goods that cross the border every single year, our border. That's a lot of jobs at stake, but also the people who move back and forth, who live on both sides of the border, who work in the U.S. and live in Tijuana. but also the individuals who are coming here legally. And it is our obligation as a society and a country to create an immigration system that actually works, and not just retrench into some kind of, 1930s xenophobic, racist, close the borders orientation toward global policy, because we know exactly where that leads. It is the beginning of the kind of polarization in the world that can only lead to, frankly, tragedy at an unprecedented level. So again, happy to support item 13, and I will absolutely not be supporting item 14.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you. And I usually try to keep politics out of this, but since it was brought up that this is all Congress's fault, or Congress is at fault in D.C., and I'll quote or paraphrase a Democrat, Bill Maher, the president does not need a piece of paper from Congress to secure the border. The president does not need Congress's permission to secure the border. The president has chosen to do this on his own. So when you start pointing fingers, you got to remember there's 3 fingers pointing back at you. I think this is a U.S. problem, and we have to solve it collaboratively. Tough for me to get that word out. But anyway, I think we need to do that. But, it's the Democrats, it's Republicans. Let's just get this thing fixed. Is what I'd rather see.
The Congress has to appropriate funding. And this is a funding issue. So no, this is not an issue.
It is not a funding issue.
It is a funding issue. We have a staffing shortage at the border.
This is a policy issue.
It's both. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote on number 13.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. So item 14.
I think we need a motion, and I'd like to make it. So everyone has spoken, and I've heard you.
Supervisor.
Oh, shoot, thank you. Still learning. I listened to everybody, and I understand. I really went on my way trying to not make this partisan. The president does have the executive order. That's why I focused on the president. But I didn't, when I referred to this from the dais here, I talked about the White House, because I didn't want to get into presidential politics over this. I have constituents who are hurting, and I see people coming across the street, across the border, that are being used as pawns. I don't do federal policy. None of us do. So here's what I'd like to present is my motion, that we send a letter to both Congress and the president asking them to limit asylum seekers up to including stopping them until they get control of the border, so that we have positive outcomes. So if they can get control of the border by simply limiting it, I'm good with that. I just don't want to see more street releases. Nothing good is going to come from street releases. And I'm not trying to make political hay out of this. We've been working hard. I've worked across party lines. My letter to the president, my letter to the governor weren't harsh letters. They were asking for help. And I get this is an emotional issue. There's a lot of people who are going to be hurt if we don't take a stand in a way that shows that we can work together. And I get it if you can't get it. I didn't get elected in your district, and you didn't get elected in mine. But I know the people I represent don't deserve street releases. And I know the people that are being released don't deserve being released in my district, as opposed to helping them get to where they want to go. The mere fact that 99.5% moved out of our county, these people don't want to be here. They've got other places to be. And if we can't help them get there, we're going to be filling all our homeless shelters with federally sponsored homelessness. And I don't think that the president or Congress intend on this, but man, election years are a tough time for citizens. We got to stop pointing fingers and start actually being part of the solution. So I'm sorry that people may have been offended by the letter. The goal, though, is to solve the problem. So
So just for
asking a second.
clarification, what you're asking is for the reinstatement of, you want to send a letter to the president for a reinstatement of Title 42, because that's what you're asking for.
Well, I'm not saying it in those terms.
But that's
He
what you're
has-
asking. I just want to clarify.
Well, no, he could send us money and help us establish the transportation center. He could
So can you, give me a
use
second.
the executive
Can you put
order.
up what the supervisor asked for an amendment? Because the first initial letter, and the first initial board letter before us is urging the temporary closure of the U.S.-Mexico border. So on the dais, you've amended that to say, direct to the White House from the border requesting to limit asylum seekers until there is control of the border. So limiting asylum seekers is really what Title 42 does. So it's basically going back to that, right? So,
Well, it's, you could put it that way, but I think that when we start talking about Title 42, then everyone's all emotional about that. I'm trying to stop street releases.
no, nobody's emotional here. I'm just clarifying what the rule is. So Title 42 was what the situation was prior to the lifting of it during this administration. And so I just want to make sure that everybody on the dais understands what this motion is. That's all.
No, I'm not saying Title 42. I'm asking the president to get control of the border so that we have positive outcomes. How he does it, whether he closes the border for asylum seekers temporarily or whether he limits them, I don't care how he does it.
Okay.
I'm looking for the outcome. So I'm not going to narrowly define what the president has to do, and I'm willing to send the letter to Congress as well.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I appreciate the acknowledgement that that this is an issue that requires action by Congress. So I would actually like to make a substitute motion to direct the interim chief administrative officer to send a letter to the majority leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, and to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, to work with President Biden to pass a bipartisan immigration reform bill to actually fix the border by addressing the delays in processing asylum, increasing funding for FEMA to support local governments and NGOs, and modernizing border security. So that would be my substitute motion.
You can second it.
Thank you.
All right, so any further discussion on the substitute motion?
I have a quick question. Do any of those people have executive powers? Because I need it solved now, not down the street. People are coming every day. We need to move quickly. The whole purpose of this letter was to get the executive orders to do the work, and we know they have that authority.
I think, just to be clear, my analysis of the problem is that we actually need to fix the border. We actually have a lot to do to fix the border, and that does require congressional leadership that they have so far refused to show, and that is why I would like to make a motion, because I think we have to do something to tackle the street releases, and the only way to do that is to actually fix the border crisis, not to throw up a Band-Aid solution.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the substitute motion. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, thank you. All right, the next item, before we go to the next item, which is we're going to take number 16, I just want to put a couple things on the record. DHS, because I made sure that I verified this, DHS uses the Alternatives to Detention program, which sometimes includes cell phones or other forms of digital detention, or in rare instances, ankle monitors, but they have no bearing on any criminal history. And then the other part of it is want to make sure that everybody understands that everyone is lawfully in the U.S. post-release from CBP and as they move forward with a process to immigration court. All right, next item before us is item number 16. No, 16.
15, 16, yeah.
I'm going to take 16. No, the 17, right? 17, I'm sorry. I was trying to take the last one. I apologize. I thought it was 17. So the next item on the agenda is item 17, assessment to promote long-term success for Human Relations Commission. I'm going to open it up for the public.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 49 requests to speak on this item, 18 in person and 31 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 15 e-comments, 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, and 1 neutral. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 17 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers.
Excuse me. For the record, I am running this meeting. If anybody has a problem, you can call my office. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Again, for any members of the public that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We're on item 17. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. We'll begin with the speakers in favor. As your name is called, please come forward. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Ellen Nash, Robert Hicks, Michael Brackney, Susan Orlovsky, and Doris Bitter. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Nash, and I'm a resident of District 4, where my Board of Supervisor is the history-making Board of Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. I'm here to talk in regards to the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission in support of the commission. I currently serve as chair of the Human Relations Commission. I was reelected in January, I believe, again, to serve the second term. This will be my last term. Hint, hint. But I wanted to just talk to you about, I first want to thank you for taking the time. Some of you Board of Supervisors took the time to meet with Vice Chair Evans, Bylaws Subcommittee Chair David Garcias, and myself in regards to the Human Relations Commission over the last few days. And I want to remind you that the mission of the Human Relations Commission is to promote positive human relations. And over the course of the last 3 years, we have been growing. We have growing pains for us, but there has been a lot of work accomplished with the commission, from creating our strategic plan, community issue-driven agendas, subcommittees around community issues such as public safety, our bylaws, awards, policy, procedures, to district community meetings with North, South, and Central community residents. There's a lot more work to be done in terms of homelessness, including the flood disaster recovery efforts, jail deaths, public safety, American Indian students being bullied. These are the issues that are at hand, and including also immigration that we just spent several hours talking about. I appreciated the focus on Black immigrants as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say we're in support of Nora Vargas's resolution, but we're using the term reset, to reset. And we've talked a lot about it, you already know, and I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I came because I just found out that March 11th, residents from the flood victim will be kicked out. So I wanted to let you guys.
Can you please state your name? I didn't call your name yet.
I know you didn't, but I'm still going to speak because on March 11th, flood resident victims will be kicked out of the hotel for the county. As you all talked about immigrants.
Tasha.
You need to also understand that you guys need to talk about people that voted for you.
Tasha.
You are going to make people homeless because they were in a flood victim. Because they were in a flood that was man-made. And I don't care if you turn it off.
No, it's okay.
Very nice. I have been very kind.
I understand, but I want you to know that this is a priority.
And I have waited. These people have waited for you to stand up for them.
We have.
You have not. If you are going to put them out of a hotel.
We're gonna.
March 11th is their exit date.
We are going to make sure.
FEMA is not coming. The county is not talking to FEMA. Their exit date, and they found out today. They found out today there will be no extension. They found out today that the county is leaving the hotel. They found out today
We're going to follow up to make sure that that doesn't occur.
Like you all this in high school.
No.
Y'all putting plans together like high schoolers. People voted for you. You got college degrees. You acting like you in high school. Stop acting like you are not working together. You sit here and talk about God. God ain't in this shit. You don't have to look at me. You don't have to look at me. You talked about God. You talked about equality. You sit up here and talk about how you don't want people put out on your streets. You about to put the people that voted for you out on the streets. You won't work with the city, the county. The city won't work with the county. The county won't work with
Tasha.
all of y'all can go to hell. Shame on you.
Tasha.
Shame on you. 30 days.
We're going to have to.
And you started on February 10th. It ends March 10th.
We're gonna-
You didn't even tell the people.
We're following
the
up.
people who supported all of you.
Tasha, we're following up. Go ahead. The next.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now hear the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Robert Hicks. I'm the Assistant Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL of San Diego and Imperial Counties. I'm a District 4 resident. We are here today in support of item number 17, which calls for a break in meetings for the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission while structural changes are explored. As the nation's leading anti-hate organization, we fully support a Human Relations Commission that fulfills its mission in our county to promote positive human relations, respect, and the integrity of every individual, regardless of who they are. This commission was formed with the vision of healing our community after an act of lethal anti-Semitism claimed 1 life and injured 3 at the Chabad of Poway in 2019. By pausing meetings while the commission is revised, the Board of Supervisors can potentially help restore the commission to a place where it can fulfill this vital role for our community rather than undermine it. Anti-Semitism and other forms of hate are rising to unprecedented levels locally and across the nation. In a climate of escalating hate, San Diego County needs a Human Relations Commission that is truly committed to promoting positive human relations and uplifting the dignity of everyone. And ADL stands ready to support the board in this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Susan Orlovsky. I reside in District 3. I'm calling on you to please know that Palestinian voices and those speaking up for Palestinian human rights on the Human Relations Commission must not be silenced. So I'm going to ask you to include a leader from the Palestinian community in the proposal selection committee to select a third-party consultant. The State of Israel came into existence when I was 3 years old. I was raised in an Orthodox Jewish family. My sisters and brothers and I would bring nickels and dimes and quarters to plant trees in Israel. I thought that Israel was a place where there were no trees and no people. Now I know that there are people there and trees, and there's been 75 years of occupation. So we need to really develop a different approach to this, and I want you to know that what is happening in Palestine, Israel, is not acceptable. We need to do a different course, and that it's very important that we have Palestinian voices in this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Taha Hussein, Michael Shear, Ilka Weston, Lauren Kipp, and Daniel Meza.
Hi, I'm Doris Bitar. I'm a longtime resident of San Diego, 38 years. I'm a Lebanese Palestinian American. My husband is Jewish, and we have been struggling. And since last May, this Human Rights Commission has been wonderful. We want to honor Leon Williams. We want to keep it. I vote yes to keep it. But it's also been a period where the Arab and Muslim community has been under attack in the commission. And we need to educate ourselves about our community. And unfortunately, this panel, the current supervisors, have not been honoring our community. Agenda item 31 in the two months ago maligned us. No one consulted with us. It named Iranian and Palestinians and linked us to terrorism, and no one talked to us. I don't think you talked to us. If you had an agenda item before you that involved Jewish Americans, Black Americans, Latino Americans, Pacific Islanders, Indigenous people, I would think that you would consult with those people as your constituents, and you did not with us. I don't know who you consulted with. I think it was someone who was against us, someone who is ignorant of us, and it showed your ignorance. Comments made in the press recently by Tara and her regret for voting for Imam Taha endanger our community. We are already under siege because of ignorance, and then your actions endanger us. Please don't do it.
Next speaker, please.
All right, thank you for having me. And my name is Taha Hassan. I'm the Imam and Director of the Islamic Center of San Diego, which is the largest mosque in San Diego County. But also I am a commissioner representing District 4. And I'm here to share my thoughts. First of all, I'm in full support to our chair, Nash, Ellen Nash. And just to say that the Human Relations Commission is a very important institution to the whole population of San Diego County. We cannot afford not to have a commission that talks about what's going on in our county. However, I don't think that a long-term suspension is going to be the solution. I would like to suggest two things that our respected supervisors can do. Number one is to engage in a conversation with the commissioners themselves. We have commissioners who represent the entire, I hope, the entire population of San Diego County. I don't like when my supervisors, they get the news of what's going on in the commission from the media. If there is anything going on, you can contact the supervisor or the commissioners that you have appointed and engage in a conversation with them. We are more than happy to do that. And the second thing is that there is nothing wrong to provide more trainings, cultural sensitivity trainings, because this is how issues started rising, in the commission. I believe that providing cultural sensitivity trainings for the commissioners is going to help them, empower them to do the job that they are doing. So yes, for going back and talking, but not for a long-term suspension. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Shear. I'm a member of the Jewish community in San Diego, and I want to speak in support of Imam Taha on the Human Relations Commission and against the false claims of anti-Semitism. I believe that recent attacks against Imam Taha are rooted in Islamophobia, and any claims of anti-Semitism are baseless. False claims of anti-Semitism have long been used to silence the Palestinian solidarity movement, and what's more, they weaken our ability to identify and combat acts and words of real anti-Semitism. Imam Taha is a valued ally of the Jewish community, and we're glad that he remains on the San Diego County Human Relations Commission and will complete his term. He is serving to elevate important issues impacting San Diego communities, including ongoing U.S. support for Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Israel's destruction of Gaza in no way makes anyone more safe. The statement in question, resistance is justified when people are occupied, should not be distorted to imply any kind of anti-Semitic sentiment or a condoning of the violence committed on October 7th, but should simply be taken for a fact of international law. The right to resist has a long history in political theory and in international law. it coincides with the right to self-determination. According to international law, states may not use force against lawful exercise of self-determination, while those seeking self-determination may use military force if there is no other way to achieve their goals. Since Israel's founding, there has been a continuous assault on the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and human rights. And for 75 years, we've seen a systematic erasure and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Israel's genocidal assault, funded by U.S. tax dollars and carried out with U.S.-made weapons, continues to receive widespread support from the U.S. government, including local officials here in San Diego, even after months of sustained ongoing calls from thousands of constituents like myself, urging our local elected officials to join the popular calls for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lauren Kipp. I'd like to request you guys to get off your phones because this is really important. And Joel Anderson, I was born and raised in Poway. Hi. I have several Jewish and Arab friends, and I'm here to give them some voice. So, as you know, the Nabka is a real event, and talking about it is not anti-Semitic. You know that you're in the wrong when you're trying to silence people talking about history and their own personal experiences. And the death toll has actually been surpassed, that of the Nabka from October 7th's attacks. The term anti-Semitic is funny because Palestinians are Semites, and Israelis that are American and European immigrants are technically not Semites. So I assume that you mean anti-Jewish when you talk about what is anti-Semitic. But how is it anti-Jewish to talk about history? Is it anti-Jewish to speak out against the political and military actions of a government? There are plenty of Jews that do not agree with the actions of Israel. Ignoring them is anti-Jewish. Confronting Israel and Zionism at large to being conflating Israel and Zionism at large to being a principle of the Jewish faith is anti-Jewish. Please look up Rabbis for Peace. Recently, Middle East Eye, which is a news outlet, posted a 2018 video of a group of Orthodox Jews in Israel who were criticizing their government. IDF soldiers were dragging and kicking these Orthodox Jews, and this was well before October 7th. This is not about religion. Zionism is not Judaism. Do not skirt your responsibility of listening to pro-Palestinian or Palestinian and anti-Jewish, anti-Zionist Jews. Growing a backbone is free and easy, and I would highly recommend it. Thank you.
So I just want to make sure for the record that the item that we're hearing before you today is the specific to promoting long-term success for the Human Relations Commission. And I have not had a chance, this is not directed at you, ma'am. This is for the community as a whole. I want to make sure that everybody understands that the reason for me bringing this forth is as a result of the work that we've been doing together as a county for the last couple of months. And from hearing firsthand from commissioners about some of the need for infrastructure and for support, including how we move forward with, how people are appointed. There's work being done in the bylaws committee. There's a lot of different work that's being done. So I just want to make sure that it's very clear what we are doing here. So the item before us is to have a discussion over how we make sure that the Human Relations Commission is going to move forward, okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Daniel Mesa. I just wanted to say that I too feel that a suspension of the Human Relations Commission would not best serve its interests. I'm part Brazilian, part Cuban, and I have many friends from many diverse communities who are having very important conversations right now around a number of topics. And they feel reassured and more connected to you as the supervisors because this Human Relations Commission is active and actively considering their concerns. So that form of speech is so important in this county. I thank you for having the commission, and I hope it can continue active without suspension. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor. Lily Ostrer, Jamal Kanj, Jazz Masood, Omar Ambusham, Sophia B., and Julie S. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Ilka Weston. I'm in favor of extending our general purpose revenue and increasing it. I think there are many ways we can accomplish it. You know, I was very touched by everything that was said before. We know where the monies are coming from. What we need to do is find a way to expand resourcing them. One of the things that really blows my mind is property taxes. Well, let's look at the people that lose their homes because of property taxes, and let's look at the developers creating these homes, possibly higher taxes to these people. This is also something about education, where we educate, yes?
Are you talking about the Human Relations Commission? Or
yes, about extending and increasing the funding.
Okay.
Did I not sound like I was?
No.
I believe you might be speaking to the property tax item, the supplemental property tax.
Yeah, but this is where the money comes from, is property taxes, sales taxes, so that's why I was bringing that up.
Okay.
I didn't use much of the time. So basically, I was addressing where the monies are coming from and the institutions we could utilize in order to best exceed the requirements of this. We're not utilizing our educational systems well enough. The hate is coming from within. You know, being human and caring about getting education about our different cultures and our different denominations and how we all work together is something that's very vital. And even though it sounded like I was jumping into a different situation, it just makes me think of the governor of Colorado and when marijuana was legalized. And he had his opinion on it. And then he said when it legalized, he had more funding for education, more funding for the Human Relations Commission. He had more funding for his streets. So why aren't we, as a county, working together to find more revenue in order to make it stronger? And I will stand with the people who spoke before me. I am 100% aware that being human is not a crime, but genocide is. And there's only one way to call genocide, and that's calling it genocide. And as a county, we need to stand with the people on that as well.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Supervisor and...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Supervisors, I'm Michael Brackney of Hillcrest. I stand before you today to examine and defend the disputed words of my good friend and our good fellow citizen, Imam Taha Hassan, and to urge you to reconsider them carefully, to reconsider his words carefully, and to urge you and to see them as that they actually are not good cause for removing him from our San Diego County Human Relations Commission. Imam Taha's focus on his allegedly infamous words was simply on restating and reaffirming the principle that when people are subjected to a brutal occupation, they are justified in resisting that occupation, just as international law affirms, and that such resistance is actually a human right. The right to defend your own life, your community, your land, your property, your dignity, your honor. The same right to self-defense that Israel claims for itself, and that our founding fathers and mothers claimed against the home invasions by the redcoats. Now, as I see it, those who are demanding that you sack Imam Taha are doing so in a seriously mistaken attempt to justify the grossly disproportionate and genocidal assault of Israel upon Gaza, and to distract us all, including themselves, from seeing, acknowledging, and taking responsibility for our own wretched complicity in this horrendous and profoundly self-destructive crime against humanity. Please do not allow yourselves to be so distracted. Do not remove Imam Taha from the Human Relations Commission, and instead use your authority and this opportunity to help all.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lily Ostrower. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm here to speak directly to you, Supervisor Lawson Raymer, As a fellow Jewish woman here in San Diego County, I am ashamed and disgusted by your words against Imam Taha. I don't know what Judaism you grew up in, but my Judaism taught me that social justice and freedom and equality for everyone is what our religion strives for and what our religion guides us to. Imam Taha is a shining example. He has fought for equality from the US-Mexico border to Standing Rock, opposing the Dakota Access Pipeline. Imam Taha is a friend to our Jewish community. He's a friend to all of us here who are seeking a better world and are seeking a world in which we can all live with freedom and equality. Who is not seeking that is the state of Israel as they continue their genocidal assault on Palestinians, and speaking out against that genocide and speaking out, as many before me have said, about the right to resist a brutal, violent military occupation that has been ongoing for 75 years is not anti-Semitic. In fact, we know that when world opinion has shifted and when people are waking up to the realities of this occupation, the response has been to accuse the entire world of anti-Semitism. There is nothing anti-Semitic about speaking up for Palestinian human rights and for the right of Palestinian people to self-determination in their homeland. If you are to make whatever changes you're proposing to the Human Relations Commission, I implore you to ensure that commissioners learn about Palestinian history and include Palestinian voices in this process.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jamal Kanj from District 2. The problem is not with current HRC makeup. The problem is given the pro-Israeli apologists a veto power and demand that members of HRC pass the Israeli litmus test. The agenda item is responding to the protest from Israeli apologists for appointing a representative from the Muslim community who did not pass the Israeli litmus test. Anderson appointed a representative from the racist and anti-Palestinian group ADL. It did not bother you that ADL supports the genocide in Gaza, murdering 30,000 people, including 12,000 children, and starving 2.4 million human beings. You are rightly concerned with 800 Israeli civilians who were killed in crossfire, according to Israeli newspaper Haaretz. For you, the 800 Israeli civilians are humans, but 30,000 murdered Palestinians are just numbered. This is manifested by the board's refusal to demand Israel to cease its genocide. Do not become complicit in murdering the Palestinian. This is why an American soldier put himself to fire to protest official complicity like yours with Israeli genocide. This is what racism looks like. Don't turn HRC into an organization that is answerable to the agenda of the Israeli apologists. Thank you.
It is.
Ma'am, you're disrupting the meeting.
No, she's right.
This is your first warning.
Hi, I'm Jazz Massoud. I'm one of your many queer Palestinian constituents, you know, the ones you've been neglecting, belittling, endangering the last few months. I honestly thought I was home when I moved here from Texas a decade ago. I felt like I had found my place. I felt like I was safe and I was welcome. But these last few months have proven to me that you only really welcome parts of me. You know, the parts of me that work for you, the parts of me that vote for you. It's now so obvious to me that you don't care about any part of me that you can't exploit. I have to be clear, though, I'm not naive. I never once believed that our elected officials would actually care about us beyond what is necessary to sustain or grow a career. But I didn't think you'd start coming for us, especially while we're witnessing a genocide of our own people. It's beyond cruel. But I won't waste my time trying to convince you to care. I will remind you, though, that your actions from October 7th to whatever you choose to do today will not be forgotten. We will remember. If you want to change how we see you, start by calling for a ceasefire, not by attacking Imam Taha. This is a distraction, and we can all see what you're doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Abusham. I'm a lifelong member of District 2. I'm a student at UCSD, and I'm also representing CARE San Diego. The HRC is an important entity to the San Diego community. I'm opposed to the long-term suspension of the HRC. The commissioners represent their community, voices, and concerns at the HRC. In a sense, they bring the community together for dialogue. If you must pause the HRC, please do so with a plan to resume with better intent and resources. The commissioners are representatives of the larger community. Please provide the commissioners with cultural competency, training to better their understanding of cross-sectional communities. They need to have outside, unbiased, and DEI proficient training to better serve the San Diego community at large. The HRC was created to stand up against hate, to provide a space for conversation leading to solutions for community growth and betterment. In today's world, community dialogue is a necessity for community coexistence. Please consider a HRC as a necessary part of community growth that includes voices of all people, including the Arab and Muslim population. With a plan and some technique, the Leon Williams Human Relations Commission can be the best human relations commission in the country and make Commissioner Williams proud. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Sophia, and I'm a student at UC San Diego, along with representing CARE San Diego. I come here before you today on day 142. The death toll is now at 30,000. The population of UC San Diego students is 35,000. The amount of people who have died in Gaza is the equivalent to my university's population. This is not a war, this is genocide. For months, we have been begging for our voices to be heard, whether it be here in city councils or whether it be at our own Associated Students meetings. We believe that the Human Rights Council is so important that next week at our Associated Students, we're planning on implementing one. That's how important this Human Rights Council is. We need a proper avenue for our voices to be heard by you and for you to allow us to speak and represent us in your best capacity. We need representation as we need it as a form of hope. Also, how are we going to come to you and we still haven't got the bare minimum of a ceasefire? And instead of getting a ceasefire, we are getting the suspension of the one avenue that allows us an effective way to communicate our community's concern. I stand here today against the suspension of this Human Rights Commission, and it is important and it is imperative that if we implement this and put it on a temporary suspension, to come back, include community members' voices, and to make sure there are avenues for every single person to be heard. We need this Human Rights Commission because it allows everyone to be represented and allows us to create plausible change and allows San Diego to be the great city that it is by standing up for all. Thank you.
So just a reminder, there's no clapping. Please, go ahead. Sure that everybody gets their time. So go ahead, ma'am.
As the next speaker is coming forward, As the next speaker is about to begin, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition: Mark, Bryant Rumbaugh, Paul the Bold, Michael Brando, Consuelo, and David Vidmar. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Julie, and I'm a student and faculty member at UCSD. To start, I am against the Human Rights Commission suspension, and I am here today to make sure that the Human Relations Commission operates on the values of promoting positive human relations as set by the commissioners. However, the last few years have shown the opposite of that. Just last year, the only Palestinian commissioner was attacked for mentioning the Nakba, a historical catastrophe that displaced millions of Palestinians. Yet nothing was done to ensure the safety of the commissioner and his freedom to express himself, as he was instead silenced. Disbanding the commission will not solve this issue within the commission. We need to ensure that the commission operates in a way that respects those values. The suggested pause stems from trying to silence Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim voices on the commission. We urge that the commission continue after the 30-day pause and to implement the cultural competency and DEI training that was initially voted on by the commission. The trainers should be independent organizations outside of the commission with expertise on addressing the same issues that the commission is dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, Consuelo, I want to make sure you know that you had a second warning since you did an outburst right now that disrupted the meeting. So go ahead.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. What did you say? She gave another warning.
A quote from one of our Palestinian sisters. Yes, we remember. We know what it feels like to be terrified and terrorized. We absolutely know what it feels like to see innocent children die. There's nothing worse. None of this was unprovoked. None of it should be surprising. It is awful. It is devastating. It is unfortunate. But it is not a surprise. And if you're surprised, my God, you have not been paying attention for the past 75 years. Did you think decolonization would be a polite process? Did you think when we say free Palestine that we would wait forever for a nonviolent solution? How much further did you think you could push this colonization on occupation before it exploded? When people have nothing left to lose, they go all in. It's too late to cry for the innocent now. End quote. I cannot imagine going through what the people of both countries have endured, but especially the people of Palestine. They have endured so much for decades. Killing and wars are horrific atrocities brought to us only by government. No sane person on the planet wishes death upon another, but governments led by power-hungry psychopaths do. And they use the young and innocent to do the killing for them. The people of the planet are becoming wise and waking up to what governments all over the planet are really doing, creating dependent slaves. The Palestinians were beyond fed up. One day soon, the people on the planet will come together out of our being fed up too. Too many on the planet are suffering on many different levels for absolutely no other reason but greed. Government has the most money now than it's ever had in history, yet there is so much poverty. The masses are waking up to the fact that we don't need government. We never have. They need us. It's not a radical concept. It's the inevitable.
Next speaker, please.
Paula Bold. Assessment is the assessment you want is a waste of money as opposed to a concrete plan which you should do. It's what we pay you for. The rules are there. Time to stop the blame game. The county needs to enforce its own rules of conduct and policy A74 on every other county committee, board, or commission. Tara wants new rules to allow thorough vetting of potential appointees, better procedures to allow removal of members for behavior, but both inside and outside meetings and revised bylaws. Remove members for non-official free speech, nor wants a pause on the commission's meetings. How would this allow the HRC to continue to promote positive human relations, respect, and the integrity of every individual, regardless of gender, religion, culture, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age, or citizenship status? As in its mission statement, one supervisor said the commission was not put in a position to succeed from the get-go. Well, let me ask, who created the commission? In fact, the supervisors have already modified the bylaws. If we allow the same people who appointed the commission members to revise the rules again, why should we expect better results? As I say, the rules are there. Time to stop the blame game. The county needs to enforce its policy A74. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, movies, music, and media are dividing people in every way on purpose. See these YouTube video titles. I am not right or left, and everyone must peacefully stop this. Rosa Corey was the district branch chief for the Department of Transportation. Her specialty is eminent domain valuation. This video at the Concord, New Hampshire legislature will show you supervisors and show you the supervisors and city council scam. She's a Democrat, and no American would want this. Start video at 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Zeitgeist Addendum teaches you in 17 minutes how the Federal Reserve causes inflation. A global computer would be hacked. Start at 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Government investing generations of your tax dollars and almost own everything, including controlling interest in Fortune 500 companies. They're not going to share with you or even tell you it exists. These shares were paid for with your taxes, so we the people own them. If these shares were divided equally between all American citizens, we would all receive dividend checks and there would be no homeless. Global elites intend to keep it for themselves, as government officials get paid exorbitant salaries while never solving the problems they create. This scam is called Hegelian dialectic. See this title. Both Trump and Biden betrayed us by giving powers of Congress to an unelected foreign counsel. Trump signed it, Biden did not rescind it, neither side told you. See video from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. See this one, it's the wealthy inequality. Instead of stopping the bankers' inflation, government has partnered with them so homelessness will increase exponentially as they transfer our private property into their corporation with our own tax dollars, which is sold or leased to profiting investors who often take out loans from banks at an interest rate. Your inevitable poverty is profitable. Google UN 21 wildlands map. UN Agenda 21 wildlands map to see the areas you will be prohibited from. See this video title at 1 hour, 22 minutes, 50 seconds to see Sandag restricting your movement. If you allow their cameras in 5G, AI will soon take all jobs and you will be enslaved.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, still Bryant Rumbaugh. So I'm going to just quick read what our, right out of the agenda. The commission was designed to function as a vital resource for the Board of Supervisors and county departments and address issues pertaining to human rights and relations. Commissioners assume the role of liaisons to community groups. Okay, that's about enough of it. Essentially what I'm getting at is, firstly, I heard some absolutely wonderful, educated people that actually have probably good understanding of really what's going on in the world right now, okay? With how this particular human relations was created, it really lets me know that you guys are hungry for information a little bit. In other words, you're human. There's 24 hours in the day, and you as politicians at this point in the game and the way that we've chosen to conduct ourselves, you like I've said repeatedly, are primarily funding facilitators. That's the job. Okay, so you need to have input. Now, with all these commissions, is that the best way for us to do it? When I say that, that's working within the confines of our, funding government. Would it not be better to maybe increase the sense of community? How can that be accomplished? See, a big problem is really humans really don't communicate as best as they should. And if we had the chance to learn from each other, if that resource that I keep discussing was built, then really some of these issues that obviously these people are aware of, but your average person, they don't understand Israel. They don't understand how it was created. They don't understand that since the UN kind of became an entity after the League of Nations failed, that wars have gone through the roof. They don't understand that all these things are related. They don't understand a lot of these concerns. And my time is up.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, you guys have a tough job. I used to teach school, and you can tell any school teacher that you already know what it's like. But I'm David Vidmar. I live in Claremont. Thank you for representing me. And I work with a Christian justice and peace organization. And as you guys are considering this commission, I appreciate your thoughtfulness that you would be doing this to say how can we do it better, not to shut any voices down or to interpret one word or something as a reason to kick anybody off, but to say this is the reason why we are doing what we're doing. We need dialogue and we need deeper to do it better. And we know the divisiveness in our society is rampant, and we need to have more insightful people that are educating us when a word that we don't understand or want to react to, we need to have more dialogue with that person to have more understanding. Imam Taha lives in my neighborhood. He's my neighbor. I went to actually the sermon that was highlighted in the op-ed point and calling for his removal. I attended that live. I only heard him call out for people to do nonviolent action, be with their kids, listen to their children who are being bullied at school, talk to their representative. And you know, my daughter and I, we went to a gathering, a Hanukkah gathering for lament what's going on in Gaza. And I held you know, you can see I'm white, and my daughter was a graduate from Point Loma, and I hold a Palestinian flag. And we got cussed out at the top of his lungs for minutes and minutes and minutes. So I could only imagine what the Muslim community is doing now.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, fabulous speakers, some fabulous speakers speaking about the rights of the Palestinians, but in relationship to this item, one of the people said, you know you're in the wrong when you are trying to silence. You know, this may not sit well with some of the people who spoke for this Human Relations Commission and this idea of promoting long-term success. Well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I think what needs to happen is step back, do away with the Human Relations Commission. Do away with it until people get a handle on their own consciousness. Because this all starts within, all of it. And you see how this is happening, all this hate that was discussed, and how they're expecting the Human Relations Commission and this promotion to help better society. Well, it's not going to help better society until individuals start changing. And it's interesting watching how, just in the microcosm here, the amount of hate and venomous language that is used. Like, for example, Nora Vargas hatefully saying people are xenophobic because they disagree with the border issue. That's hate. Monica, if you have something to say, you need to say it in the microphone. Don't say you're going to meet Consuelo out in the hallway. Okay, I'd like to see that. Because again, it's going to go back to individuals changing from the inside out. This meeting, I started out saying how it's all about narcissism, lies, gaslighting, emotional manipulation, coercion, misinformation, obfuscation, blame shifting. That's what's going on in the Middle East. That's what's going on here. And it's not going to change until we change.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hello, my name is Ann Elliott, and I'm a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace. If an assessment of procedures for the commission is approved, I hope you will listen to both sides of the Israeli-Palestinian question. I wish to speak in support of the importance of Imam Taha Hossain's service on the County Human Relations Board. The Imam has been criticized for speaking about the history of the Nakba, in which hundreds of thousands of Palestinian people were displaced from their homes and forced into being refugees by Jewish people who wanted to make a Jewish homeland. The same colonization through murder, disease, and political manipulation happened here in our country for the first 300 plus years. Our country now acknowledges this. However, the history of the Nakba is so recent and so threatening to many Jewish people in Israel that they will not acknowledge the truth of it. Instead, they label it anti-Semitic. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is TC, and I'm a resident of D2, and I'm actually going to speak on the topic. First, I want to thank Superintendents Anderson and Desmond for abstaining from the motion to reappoint members of HRC due to doubt as to their ability to serve with integrity. Thank you to Superintendent Lawson-Remmer for her letter expressing her regret on that same motion. She approved it, even though she admitted to not having all of the relevant information. You said you wanted to change your vote, so please do so. Thank you to Superintendent Montgomery Scott for listening and being open to revisiting this precarious topic. Finally, thank you to Superintendent Vargas for bringing this discussion item forward today. Due to the last vote on the HRC topic, it is obvious that this pause and revisit of HRC is more than needed. I encourage the entire board to take action today and vote to approve the assessment to promote long-term success for the Human Relations Commission. There is nothing controversial about putting forth new guidelines and parameters so that HRC can operate with integrity. Revised bylaws, a comprehensive screening process, a code of conduct, and the ability to censure or remove members who violate that conduct, such as Imam Taha for justifying rape, along with anti-bias training, conflict resolution, and cultural awareness should have been implemented from the start. So I thank you for making these relevant changes now. The hiring of an independent third-party consultant to assess and uphold these initiatives is also needed. I ask that you include a representative of the mainstream Jewish community on the panel that chooses the consultant to ensure that the commitment to, quote, cultivate positive human interactions, nurture respect, and uphold the integrity of every individual, unquote, regardless of how they identify, is held to a high standard, and that includes Jew hatred, also known as anti-Semitism, which includes anti-Zionism. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Amy Worth, and I'm calling to speak on the subject of, one moment. Excuse me, just on the kids. Okay, thank you. I'm calling because I'm concerned about the character assassination of Imam Taha Hassan and the ongoing suppression of Palestinian voices and those of us who are speaking up for Palestinian human rights in our community and beyond. Thanks to technology, we can all see firsthand what's happening on the ground in Gaza. 30,000 people have been killed, the majority being women, children, and babies. The truth has been exposed on a massive scale. In spite of our Western media blackouts, people in Gaza have been live streaming their own genocide for all the world to see. Our locally elected officials like to pretend that this issue has nothing to do with us, that it's a federal matter. Juan Vargas has been one of your biggest supporters, Tara, a personal family friend. Juan Vargas' top contributor between 2021 and 2022 was the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, also known as AIPAC, and he's recently been revealed to be part of the Tax Cheat 12, who received collectively over $8 million in campaign support from AIPAC and its affiliates just in last year's elections. Nora Vargas, you recently returned from a trip to Israel with the American Jewish Committee Project Interchange. And taking this pertinent information into consideration, I'm hoping that the cries of anti-Semitism, along with any pressure you may be getting from pro-Israel lobbying groups, don't have anything to do with your current position on pausing the HRC. We'd like to request that a third-party consultant hired must be a non-Zionist Should it be the leader from the Palestinian?
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, dear Board of Supervisors. My name is Dan Pritzker, and I'm a resident of District 2. I would like to thank and support the action proposed by Chairman Nora Vargas to suspend HRC. Just recently, HRC has multiple incidents where HRC members expressed hate towards LGBT community and blatant anti-Semitism. With recent appointment of Imam Taha, who published his video on the next day, where Hamas terrorists murdered 1,200 innocent people, raped young girls, and took Israeli hostages. He supported this act and called it legitimate resistance. This is shameful. Disgusting talk is unacceptable. Please suspend this committee as soon as possible and review all their practices and code of conduct. In the rest of my time, I would like to provide a few insights on the position of this proposal. Organization Jewish Force of Peace, in short JVP, is just cover for radical organization who denied the right of Jews to self-determination in the historical land of Israel. They claim they represent Jews in San Diego. San Diego, home for more than 100,000 ethnic Jews. Well, JVP organization San Diego chapter, less than 3,000 members, according to JVP itself. Well, let me tell you a secret. Among 3,000 members, they claim there are less than 50 Jews. I will help you with the math. It's 0.05% of San Diego Jews. This organization does not represent San Diego Jews, but using my history and my community religion as cover for their Jew haters. Don't believe me? Go check, call the member of this chapter, and see it for yourself. Please suspend HRC and make sure this committee serves San Diego community residents and no hate-promoting individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Lily. I'm your constituent, a resident of District 3, and a Palestinian American registered nurse with family and friends in Gaza and occupied Palestine. This past Sunday, 25-year-old active duty member of the U.S. Air Force, Aaron Bushnell, set himself out on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., in a one-airman revolt against the U.S.-backed slaughter currently being perpetrated by the Israeli military in the Gaza Strip, after pertinently observing that U.S. complicity in the genocide of Palestinians is, and these were his final words, quote, what our ruling class has decided will be normal, unquote. Bushnell plants himself directly in front of the Israeli embassy gate in full U.S. military fatigues and proceeds to douse himself with flammable liquid. As he rapidly burns to death, he repeatedly shouts, "Free Palestine," until his body could produce no more words, while security personnel order him to get on the ground. One particularly helpful individual points a gun at the blaze. Not a single American corporate media network mentioned the word Palestine in their headline or the purpose of the protest. Our mainstream media was quick to describe Aaron's protest against the genocide as a protest against the Israel-Hamas war, and is already being labeled as a mental health issue. People like Aaron, who speak up for Palestinian human rights on the Human Relations Commission, have been silenced and called names as a way to silence them for speaking the truth. Palestinian voices and those speaking up for Palestinian human rights on the Human Relations Commission must not be silenced. 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza, 12,300 of them children, have been killed by Israel's government since October 7th. Another 50,000 Palestinians are injured and 10,000 are missing.
Thank you. And I hear from the next caller.
Hello, I'm Faith Klinger. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran and mom to a child in San Diego Unified Schools and also a District 4 resident. I'm speaking on this agenda item in full support of Imam Taha Hussein's reappointment to the Human Relations Commission. The meeting on February 6th brought out several callers and speakers spreading misinformation and lies that have been investigated and reported as fabrications by respected and credible media sources such as Haaretz, Al Jazeera, the Jewish Post, CNN, and Reuters. These callers also suggested that Imam Taha was somehow responsible for the division in our communities. While I am still baffled daily by anyone supporting a foreign government and army engaging in live-streamed war crimes using sniper rifles and white phosphorus on children, the callers supporting that were not incorrect about our communities being divided. They're just wrong about the source. So let's give credit where it's due. Some divisive words of Israeli leaders. Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, says, "We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. We will eliminate everything. They will regret it." A quote from Ehud Olmer, "Israeli lives are worth more than Palestinian ones." Imam is dedicated to uplifting the voices of Palestinians and other Arabs within our communities, and thank God for that, because you just heard the appalling rhetoric indoctrinating the Israelis into their dehumanizing campaign of Palestinians. And based on those calls on 2/6, that rhetoric extends beyond the borders of Israeli-occupied Palestine and into our communities of San Diego County. Is this surprising? Those callers blatantly attacking Imam Taha for not condemning the only warriors fighting an army of U.S.-funded F-16s and Mark 84s with JDAM guidance kits? No, it's not surprising. It's what I expect from this country. The U.S. unites to hate people of color overseas. But not this time, not this genocide that has been live streamed.
Thank you. I'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Jonathan. I'm in District 3, and I'm calling to support 17. This commission has so far not only failed to live up to its mission, but it's actually exasperated a climate of rising hatred. There has been blatant anti-Semitic rhetoric that claimed that Jews were being instructed in their synagogues to murder people. Trans people were being called an abomination. This committee has been an ultimate failure. It was published in the San Diego Union Tribune last July that when 3 people resigned from this committee because of these type of comments. I think that it is best for you to follow the Chairwoman Nora Vargas's recommendation that it be put on hold and to thoroughly investigate what has been happening. As far as the prior speakers talking about Palestinian or genocide from the Israeli government, the Palestinian population has grown from 1948 at 1.37 million to 2024 to over 5 million. I don't know how you can commit genocide when a population grows 5x. And as far as the Nakba piece that a prior person spoke about, those people that left Israel on their own recognizance because they were told by Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon to leave because they were going to come back and get more land when they defeated Israel, of which they attacked and lost. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Said Lemar Sadat, and I'm with PANA, the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans. Our mission is simple, to promote fair treatment and equitable inclusions for our refugees, Muslims, and other displaced communities in the San Diego region. For over 2 decades, Imam Taha has worked closely with local social justice organizations, religious institutions, and government agencies to advocate and promote inclusions. We support a short-term pause of the HRC with a requirement that all commissioners undergo additional trainings. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Angela Sulin, I'm a proud Palestinian American and in full support of Imam Taha Hussein.
Palestinians have a right to resist their destruction, their genocide, their mass killing, their apartheid, and their occupation. Members of the San Diego community, like the gentleman just before the last, including those of the Anti-Defamation League, they're spewing hateful speech about us Palestinians. And just for us showing the truth of the genocidal actions of the Israeli government. Here are the words of several Israeli government leaders themselves over the last 4 months. This is what actual hate looks like. And this represents the racist anti-Palestinian ideology of Zionism. We are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no water, just damage. Gaza will become an area where people cannot live. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness. This was said by the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. He said, this is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness. Make this make sense. How is this not hate speech? How are you telling us we are promoting hate? Why are you not acknowledging the human rights of Palestinian people? Do not use this as an excuse to dismantle the Human Relations Commission. You need to create sessions where people can recognize Palestinian human rights. I've never once heard the ADL condemn this hateful and genocidal speech of Israeli leaders. Palestinian voices and those speaking up for Palestinian human rights on the HRC, we must not be silenced. You must not cower out and use this to dismantle the HRC. In fact, you need to include a leader of the Palestinian community when you select a third-party consultant, and you need to ensure that they are not a Zionist. We are watching.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Sarah Farouk. I'm a commissioner on the Human Relations Commission and a Muslim community advocate in San Diego. I just want to say that I am, first of all, appalled at the people calling in to deny the reality on the ground and are outright denying the human rights of Palestinians, which tells me that we definitely need a space like the HRC. I'm calling in today to urge you not to put a long-term suspension of the HRC. Should you choose to pause it, I urge that the pause be no more than 30 days and that sufficient training be provided. This item is coming forth as a result of efforts trying to silence the voices of the commission, who have been targeted for speaking up about injustices in our communities. Your actions as supervisors, with your attempt to silence critical leaders like Imam Taha, is not how you honor and protect our communities. Shutting down the commission will not result in any positive outcomes or address the underlying issues in this county. As voted by commissioners like myself, I ask that we instead bring in an outside organization that is experienced in navigating conflict and helping folks understand each other's backgrounds and lived experiences. I want to thank Chair Nash and our vice chairs for their efforts in trying to guide the HRC towards positive human relations, and I urge that you all vote for the HRC's work to continue under the condition that we address things like Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian sentiment through the DEI and appropriate cultural competency trainings. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Mustafa Azami, and I'm with PANA, the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Our mission is simple: to promote fair treatment and equitable inclusion for our refugee, Muslim, and other displaced communities in the San Diego region. The Board of Supervisors should stand in solidarity and must condemn attempts at smearing the reputation and credibility of Imam Taha, a respected and prominent social justice leader. We support a short-term pause of the HRC with a requirement that all commissioners undergo additional training. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
I'm Ethel Swede. I'm Jewish. I'm a retired high school history teacher and a La Jolla resident. I asked the county supervisors and the commissioners to please speak out against the attacks on Imam Taha. which shows a lack of knowledge of what the man stands for and what he has done. Do not shut down the County Human Relations Commission. Rather, reschedule an in-service workshop for commissioner members so that they can get at the root causes of the conflict. In earlier meetings I attended, after hearing personal stories from the Palestinian communities, several commissioners exclaimed, "I didn't know this. We should have an in-service to learn more." That's when...
Ethel, you might have muted your device. We'll come back to that caller.
Liza Thatcher. Today I call in to emphasize the critical importance of having individuals without hidden agendas, biases, or any form of hatred toward others in positions of influence and decision-making. In the light of the assessment to promote long-term success for the Human Relations Commission, I express my gratitude for the decision to pause and reflect on how to fulfill the Commission's mission of cultivating positive human interactions and upholding the integrity of every individual. It is imperative that we revise our bylaws to include a thorough screening process for both current and potential members, allowing for the censure or removal of individuals who violate the code of conduct. Additionally, the incorporation of mandatory anti-bias training, cultural awareness, and conflict resolution training is essential to creating a more inclusive and respectful environment within the Commission. As we witness the alarming rise of anti-Semitism as a leading source of discrimination, it is crucial that we take proactive measures to address this issue. I urge the inclusion of a leader that can stand by moral clarity. This ensures that Jew hatred is not overlooked and is actively addressed in our efforts to promote harmony and respect among all individuals. We must strive for a society where individuals are judged based on their character and actions, free from prejudice and discrimination. By embracing diversity and inclusion, we can create a community where each individual feels valued and respected for who they are. I commend the Human Relations Commission for their commitment to reevaluating and improving their practices. Let us continue to work together towards a future where equality, understanding, and compassion prevail. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
My name is Rebecca. I am an Asian Christian lawyer working in San Diego County. I live in District 2, and I oppose the long-term suspension of the HRC because it is an attempt to silence Palestinian voices. And I have two requests today. My first request is that the HRC fully support Imam Taha Hassan in his role as a member of the Commission and to not silence Palestinian voices or voices that amplify Palestinian voices. My second request is for a Palestinian to be included in the proposal selection committee that selects a third-party consultant, and the third-party consultant hired must be a non-Zionist. Imam Taha is a well-respected faith leader in San Diego, and he's developed and maintained wonderful relationships with Christians throughout the county, and he's treated everyone in the San Diego community with respect, kindness, and hospitality. My faith as a Christian teaches me that Christians must advocate for the oppressed, and voices of the oppressed, namely Palestinians, must be heard and amplified on the Commission. Palestinians have been forced into an apartheid government for over 75 years after nearly 1 million Palestinians were forcibly expelled from Palestine, their country, during the Nakba of 1948. The occupation forces have committed torture, rape, kidnapping, and countless other war crimes against Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank ever since. And after October 7th, the occupation forces have murdered over 36,000 Palestinians. At least 15,000 of those are children. And the Commission's purpose is to serve as a resource for the Board of Supervisors and county departments that address issues relating to human rights. And one of the greatest human rights violations occurring right now is against Palestinians by the occupation forces. So again, my requests is for the Commission to fully support Imam Taha's voice on the Commission, and that the Commission not silence Palestinians as it is absolutely necessary to amplify Palestinian voices and to reflect the needs and interests of oppressed people groups all over the world and in San Diego County. My second request is again for a Palestinian to be on the proposal selection committee and that they have an active voice in selecting a third-party consultant. Furthermore, the third...
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Rajiv. I would like to address that, first of all, I am thankful for assessing success of Human Relations Committee, and I believe that committee was established after the Poway synagogue shooting. So we need to be reminded that this crime was against Jewish group, and this group is underrepresented. And if we have Imam Taha, who divides community, who did not condemn violence and terror against Israelis, he should not be leading this committee. I want to remind that Israel left Gaza in 2005, and people who forgot that we must stand for our Jewish identity. Jewish people in Germany also were supporting Nazis, and they thought, oh, we will be nice to them and they will not kill us. It did not happen. So we need to remind Jewish people who forgot about Jewish identity but here to speak up about only life of Palestinians, just think about history and remember history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Rahma Abdi with the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans, PANA. I'm here to support our Imam Taha. For over 2 decades, Imam Taha has worked closely with local and social justice organizations, religious institutions, and government agencies to advance and promote inclusion. He has constantly fought to protect our immigrant communities, create a space for community healing, and work with diverse religious communities, pushing for solidarity and mutual support. We are deeply concerned about the attempt to undermine and silence, shut out our Muslim community from having any kind of civic life and leadership. The Board of Supervisors should stand in solidarity and must condemn and attempt the smearing of reputation and credibility of our Imam Taha, respected and prominent social justice leader. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
My name is Maria Chavez, and I am with PANA, Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Our communities are experiencing a collective grief, and we are all horrified by the devastating and mounting civilian deaths in the Israel-Gaza war amid concerns that this conflict will potentially escalate in the region. HRC is desperately needed in this day and age and here in San Diego, but it must include perspectives from everywhere, including Imam Taha, and especially including Imam Taha. As many have spoken already today, Imam Taha has worked so closely all over the San Diego region, advancing social justice issues with various organizations, religious institutions, and government agencies. This is Imam Taha, who has consistently fought to protect our immigrant communities, and he's worked to create spaces for community healing and diverse religious communities, while consistently pushing for solidarity and mutual support. We support a short-term pause on on HRC with the requirement that all commissioners undergo additional training for conflict resolution and accepting of diverse perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's truth to describe the Human Relations Commission. I'm going to paraphrase what Jim said a while ago. This commission is an entity created by imperfect humans, so it should be a surprise that it's functioning imperfectly. But I know for some, the real agenda here is to censor certain opinions of certain commissioners. For example, when most of the commissioners whined about Pastor David Hodges' religious opinions, they harassed him for his vote and then tried to oust him off the commission. Where was the aim of upholding the integrity of every individual, irrespective of religion then? As soon as a few adult babies didn't hear an opinion that was in conformity with their own thoughts, it went right out the door to be replaced with the iron fist of little wannabe dictators. And then there was the incident of George Corey being attacked for defending the history of what has happened to the Palestinian people. He was very specific, without hate, and yet was still labeled anti-Semitic. People on this planet trying to tell other people what to say, what to think, and what to do needs to finally end, because that's the root cause of the problem. I actually believe this commission needs to be decommissioned. We don't need liaisons to the community groups that don't even represent any real community. We don't need senseless county government-created drama, and we don't need a forum that encourages dictatorship and conformity of thought. Because the corrupt commissioners and their supervisor allies now want, quote, an affirmation document for current members to sign. Failure to comply may potentially lead to censure and a removal from the commission, end quote. How is it ethical to put new requirements on current members who already met the qualifications for acceptance to this commission? This is obvious, politically targeted segregation of commissioners whose thoughts don't align with the county agenda. It's often the people who say they're for freedom, equality, rights, and especially for equity, who are the fastest to throw those things into the garbage for everyone. To correct Nora's earlier misinformation, xenophobia is not racism. It's the fear of the unknown. Using it in a sentence, most people have xenophobia towards freedom. And this commission is functioning just as well as this board. No surprise at all when you look at society. Communication breakdown. That's what I'm seeing.
I'll hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Reem Zagal, and I am a Palestinian American in San Diego, a Carmel Valley area. And I'm talking to oppose any pause that's happening with the Human Relations Commission. I'm along all of the lines of everything that's been said here, but I do want to quote some of the rhetoric and the propaganda that we've been hearing that never gets addressed. One of the Zionist early leaders, Golda Meir, famously said, "How can we ever forgive the Arabs for making us kill their children?" And anybody who would hear that would think that's hate, right? Being a victim and providing hate all at the same time. Nobody ever said anything that was anti-Semitic. Nobody ever tried to condemn what she said. So when someone does stand up for the Palestinian community and says what they believe, it's labeled as anti-Semitic. However, anti-Semitism, when it happens, is not because the person was Jewish or a Zionist. I do believe that the Human Relations Commission is very important for Palestinians and all different types of people right now, more than ever, and having a pause just to be able to censor or silence someone. Everybody who's in support of what I've heard so far is basically saying, let's remove Imam Taha and replace them with someone who's going to say what they want them to say. When you want to have collaboration amongst a community, you have to lean into the differences, understand people's experiences and perspective so that we can all get along and reduce this amount of hate, this propaganda that's used to justify a genocide. The babies, the raping of people has all been disputed. However,
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. And so, colleagues, I wanted to just make sure that like I stated before, I want to clarify that the reason for bringing this board letter together, bringing the board letter forward is really because I do believe, and I have believed this for a while now, that although the spirit and the intent of the HRC has always been one to really, highlight the great work that Chairman Williams had, Leon Williams, as a supervisor, and it was a committee that was created really to think about how we take on tough issues and navigate them and really have an opportunity to have full courageous discussions and as representatives of different leaders in the community, et cetera. I think one of the things, and first let me just say, Andrew, I think that you've done an exceptional job leading the efforts in partnership with the commissioners, and there's been a lot of changes in terms of commissioners, and so I think that's always, that continuity is always tough, and as a commission, there's been a lot of goals and already identified opportunities to how to strengthen the commission, including the work that's being done through the bylaws. I'm asking, as a result of hearing from not only commissioners but members of the community, that there really is an opportunity for us to really build a strong Human Relations Commission, and as someone who's been part of commissions like this that are successful, I think that there is absolutely the work that you all have done for the 5-year strategy, which is, what are the community concerns, becoming a liaison civil peace, foster healthy relationships, communicate with and to the public, provide educational experience so that people can have, conversations about the biggest topics that we're facing in our communities. I think that's exactly what we should be doing. What I think is somewhere where we can actually strengthen is the work that I'm asking our Chief Administrative Officer to direct the Office of Equity to do, which is really think about how do we make sure that we get a report that has what is the, what could we do better? How do we strengthen the commission? How do we make sure that we do an assessment from consultants that are experts in this field, who can really think about what the board structure looks like. 30 folks in a commission is a lot of folks. And before anybody goes there, I'm not trying to eliminate any board member from anything. I'm being very honest and transparent here. I want to make sure that what we look at is, should we, there's a lot of information. What other training needs to happen? Do we need a parliamentarian? We have a great parliamentarian here, right? Do we need vetting? What are the things that we actually need to make sure that this commission is successful so that the big topics of the day are being able to be discussed? And to me, that's really important because I want it to be fruitful, I want to be productive, and I want to make sure that you're also advising us as a commission, right? This is a commission that should be saying to us, we need to address some of these topics, we need to be working on this or that. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities for it to be a successful commission. And so my goal is that once we receive the written report from the consultant, it'll help us determine what the next steps are. And so before you have a board letter, and I'm here to make a motion asking my colleagues to help me in supporting these 4 items to move forward so that we can make sure that we promote a long-term successful Human Relations Commission. And again, I wanted to reiterate, thank everybody who participated today. I know it's been a really long day, but I want to make sure that there's no dismantling here. This is not suspending for the rest of the commission. None of that is happening here. This is really about how do we make it better so that we gather all this information and we continue to move forward. So anyway, that's my motion. Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone who has come out to speak on this item, and also those of you who have been with us all day. Andrew, appreciate your work, close work with the commission, Chair Nash, the Vice Chairs Evans and Garcias, and all of the commissioners. I know that you all have been working really, really hard despite all of the stories, everything that kind of have overshadowed some of the work that you've been doing. So thank you for being steadfast in your volunteerism to try to make the county a better place where we actually have, we can actually communicate with each other about these very tough issues. Iman, thank you so much for your dedication to all communities. You were my appointment and I stand by that. So I just want to say that publicly as well. I do think that this is an important item, and I'll tell you why. There, of course, it's a valid perception, right, that, you know, when, oftentimes when government does things, and we use the word pause, right, it can mean something else. I can say, I believe, I know for myself, and I believe for this board, it does not mean termination. I will, from my point of view, number one is this commission carries Leon Williams' name. And I have a personal obligation to Leon Williams to make sure that anything that has his name on it is highly functioning and represents who he is in all of his dignity and all of his grace and all of his desire for everyone to have understanding. So that's my number one thing. As I look at this historically, it's very, very important to me, and I take that part extremely personally. I think that us looking at a third-party assessment, I know some of that work has already been done. Certainly don't want to discount what has been done. But I think that, I'll speak for myself, I want to make a commitment to be a bit more involved as far as providing additional guidance, more resources, more communication as to what we want to actually see from the commission. Because I know it came from the leadership of the previous District 4 supervisor, and I do believe that oftentimes we set up commissions to get out of having other conversations or doing other acts as a government body. And I don't want that to be the case here. I want to have an extremely interactive relationship with the commission, and also provide some guidance from our perspective. Whether you take it or not, that's going to be at the will of the commission, but I do think that there should be more of a relationship there. So my purposes for supporting this is just that. I want the consultant to review the bylaws that you all have passed. You work very hard on those. I think that if there are blind spots, someone that has not been involved in this way can look at that. Also, what are the best practices across the nation for commissions such as these? Getting that type of information. We heard from the public commenters ongoing cultural competency training. I think that's good for the commissioners. I think that's good for us. We all have a long way to go. And meeting with the supervisors also individually too, I think will be good for the third-party consultant to do. I think any kind of pause does not, I believe, my understanding is that the third-party consultant can certainly still meet with individuals in their personal capacity, correct? So there's no restriction there. So the work will be going on, but for me, the pause is just, let's build that foundation again. And then we can move forward and withstand a lot of these different winds that are coming about because we are in a very complex time. Anybody that look at this meeting today will tell you that. It's a very complex time. And so I don't want to throw all the commissioners in a room and say, figure it all out. I think that's unfair. And I think that's what has happened, unintentionally, but I think that's what has happened. So that's my reason for supporting this item. I would like to put a timeline, though, on when we come back. And I would like to add, if you're amenable, I know, anyway, I don't know about the procedure, but the number 4, at the end of that, within 90 days to come back with that report so that we can really cement a time where we can move forward.
So we had a whole discussion about timeline because I think, like you, very concerned about making sure that the work of the commission continues. And I'll turn it over to the CAO to provide feedback. But part of my understanding was that in order for an assessment to be done, we need more than a short amount of time, right? So if you can go ahead and address that.
Chairwoman Vargas, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, We can certainly work with purchasing and contracting because of the procurement process and see if we've got, because it is very much focused on those who have the expertise, but also understanding that you would like it to come back as soon as possible, I think is what I'm hearing for purposes of, so perhaps we can do some of that work, see what that timeline would be, and if it would be okay with you, we could report back to the board as far as what we believe the timeline and time frame would be in order to be able to have that outreach. Would that be, if that's okay, we can share that, but understanding that we want this to be achieved sooner rather than later.
Okay. Okay. I will accept that. But in that process, I really want communication with the commissioners, though, so that everyone knows that that we're serious about this and that we know that it's important to have all voices at the table to have these conversations. It's extremely important. So I will accept that. But I think this should certainly be a priority. I think we're just trying to right the ship. I think that's how I'm seeing it. So, Mr. Strong, I don't know if you had any additional comments at all.
No, I would just say we'd be happy to report back on progress towards the procurement of that at any time, and we can make sure we just weave in some briefings along the way between now and that 90 days or whenever we determine the report back will be.
Okay. Yep. Because I also know you all have been doing some of this work, right? So it shouldn't be, it's not cold, you know. We should be able to move forward. Okay. All right. Oh, I will second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Since there's no further discussion, please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for all the great work, and thank you for the commissioners and everyone who came in and spoke today. The next item on the agenda is item number 15, adoption of ordinance authorizing the disaster relief deferral supplemental property tax payments for the owners of the property damaged or destroyed in the governor proclaimed severe winter storm disasters. I am going to go ahead and ask the county assessor to join us. County, would you like to speak now? I'm doing this out of line, or do you want to wait after the public? Go ahead, since you've been waiting for a while. I'm gonna.
Thank you, Madam Chair, County Board of Supervisors. As Assessor Recorder County Clerk for San Diego, my office is on the front line of disaster relief across the County of San Diego. In the winter of 2024, San Diego County experienced severe storms, bringing intense rainfall, causing widespread floods, mudslides. The impact was widespread across the county. I'm going to keep it pretty short and sweet. We have an opportunity to provide property tax relief. The folks need it. We can work together to deliver it. I want to thank the Chair, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. I appreciate your support. And just to let you know, my office is doing everything possible. The idea for this property tax relief came from my frontline staff. I'd like to give them recognition for this. I think that's important. I'd like to recognize Veronica Burgos, Chief Deputy Jeff Olson, my Chief of Staff and Taxpayer Advocate, Stephen Lee, our county partners, our County Counsel, Walter Darrell, and also our partners at the Treasurer Tax Collector and Auditor and Controller. This is a full effort by the county. We are going across the county to meet with folks. They have to apply for the property tax relief. If you hear one thing today, you have to apply for it. With your help today, we can deliver more property tax relief. The flood damage is unlike other disaster damage that we traditionally see. It doesn't have traditional insurance. Like the fires that we've seen out in East County or North County, they have coverage. They get hotels, they get help rebuilding. These folks don't. They need the additional cash on hand now so they have the resources to rebuild, so we can take them from being victims to being survivors. That is what is important about the relief that we are delivering today, and the fact that we are doing it together. I appreciate the Chair. I appreciate Supervisor Monica Montgomery-Stepp. Whether it was the Resource Center where my staff served over 800 families, or calling the supervisor on nights and weekends, I appreciate that. Finding them housing, we're in it together. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn over to public comment, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 16 requests to speak on this item, 9 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 10 e-comments, 9 of those in favor. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 15 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Kiera Consuelo, Tasha Williamson, Shane Harris, and James Hortzman. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thanks. Name's Kara. Everything's tied together, so please don't interrupt me, Nora. In regards to the speech I gave at the last BOS meeting, it's getting some attention, and I'm grateful for that. On X, or formerly known as Twitter, Dr. Human Hamadi tweeted, "California is deliberately causing climate change, or as they call it, weather modification, using CO2 and silver in the air, and calls for more precipitation." He's referring to this precipitation enhancement report that was put out in 2016, where it outlines that dry ice and silver iodide can be applied from the ground generators or from airplanes. Occasionally, other agents, such as liquid propane, have been used as well. So they're spraying silver metals on us, dry ice and liquid propane into our skies, and you guys all look at us like we're crazy when we come here and say, hey, we don't want it. What's going on? Why didn't we vote on this? Hamadi further states, dry ice is frozen concentrated CO2, the very thing they're spending billions to prevent. And the C in CO2 is for carbon, which is supposed to be evil. And the chemicals formula for propane is C3H8, a hydrocarbon that just happens to be explosive. Later in this report, they also admit that they've been doing this for some time, but there is, quote, no complete or rigorous comprehensive study has been made of all California precipitation enhancement projects. So we're just all guinea pigs. Our plants are dying, our gardens are dying, our kids have autoimmune issues, high aluminum levels. I have a friend who has a child with a major issue that he's just now started to walk. It's crazy that you guys don't have any sort of checks and balances, that we just get to come here and you get to ignore us or be on your phone or eating snacks. Tara shows up 45 minutes to the meeting late and now she's gone. If you want to email.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please. Your time's up. Next speaker, please. If I've called your name, please come forward. Yes. I sure did. Come on down.
Sorry, it was in the restroom. Okay, so we're on item 15, correct? 15. Okay, so divide and conquer. Pay attention to what is happening. This item sounds so nice and beneficial to the people who lost it all. But just like everything else this government does, it's a momentary fix, a bandage that will most definitely eventually have its own catastrophic repercussions. Everything government touches always results in a bigger problem down the way. The item states, oh shoot, I didn't bring the paper. Oh. The item states something regarding misfortune and calamity. Thank you, thanks. But it was due to government negligence, not an act of God. What's to come? As the older generations die off, their offspring will not be able to afford the property that's been left to them. Inheritance tax, property tax, death tax, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We literally pay for our own enslavement. So government says They will relieve and defer on payment to help the people, but it's a slap in the face to the ones that have lost everything. This local government should be doing a whole hell of a lot more than just deferring payment on property taxes. There's no fixing nothing. Again, this system was purposely made broken. It is up to the people, not these fork-tongued, manipulative politicians who only serve for their own self-interests. They play the role as victims. As I mentioned earlier, there's only one race, the human race, not the brightest species either. The entire board is a complete failure, and the proof is out on our streets. You're great actors who are horribly out of touch.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I wasn't finished.
Good evening, Supervisors and Madam Chair. I'm joined here by the County Assessor, Jordan Marks.
Shane, can you please state your name?
Oh, yeah. My name is Shane Harris, the President of the People's Association of Justice Advocates. My office issued this proposal, and I want to be evidently clear. The County Assessor is here with me. He can testify to this. I took the County Assessor on the first tour that his office toured to see what we can do. It was my office who issued the proposal on the January 25th to the County Assessor, the county, and the state of California requesting the property tax deadline for San Diego County property owners impacted by the San Diego floods be deferred from its current delinquent date of April 10th. On behalf of the thousands of San Diego families, business owners, and ultimately property owners affected by the recent storms that caused significant damage, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Chair Vargas and Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp for agendizing this item, agendizing our proposal to allow for deferral of supplemental property taxes, and I most urge this entire County Board of Supervisors to vote in support of this important ordinance that will help the most impacted families by this storm who are already stricken by poverty, homelessness, and one check away from being evicted or losing their homes. We have heard from various property owners and residents alike who say that this would be a significant help to them. They are thinking about how they will fix the significant damage done to them. I brought a clock here on our logo, and as you can see, the clock and the home. The reality is that the clock was rolled back for many families in our county. It is up to you as supervisors to meet this critical need. It's sad that an outside leader had to bring this forward, this proposal, but it's important to pause the clock so that property owners.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, if I could have a point of personal privilege, if that's okay. In my haste to move along, I do want to say thank you to all the community leaders, and especially Shane Harris, who did walk me through the community, and the folks that we do rely upon that do call us and help and are our partners to help. So we don't do it alone, and we're here today doing it together. So I just want to say thank you to everybody that helped us get here. So thank you.
Next speaker, please. James Horstman and Tasha Williamson. They'll be followed by the speakers in opposition, Jeff No Way, Mark, Paul the Bold, and Michael Brando.
Good day. My name is James Horstman, and I'm here to talk about disasters, as you well know. I would suggest that after the third event of a disaster on any property, whether it be by a person or by nature, that the property be condemned to a national reserve. Furthermore, I suggest for housing of victims of a disaster that they be housed in garage houses somewhere in the vicinity of El Cajon, which is set up so that it will not be a disaster zone. There are currently people living in their garages which kind of invites this possibility as being the best solution to the problem. Furthermore, in temporary housing vicinities, they could set up park-like areas where they had community showers and baths and so forth. I rest my case. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jeff. In terms of the flood victims from the January 22nd cloud-seeded storms, you should not just defer their tax payments. You should waive them completely and then some. Those people are all owed some very serious compensation. You, the government, caused their turmoil. Kara went viral from her speech here just last meeting, very clearly pointing out to you all how SAWPA, a local governmental agency, very clearly admitted to cloud seeding those storms in an attempt to increase rainfall, Monica. Guess what? It worked. Yet the 20-year pilot here, Jim, shakes his head and pretends that stratospheric aerosol injections are a conspiracy theory. Any change yet, Jim? Okay. San Diego Mayor Flood Gloria couldn't be bothered to have his staff clean the storm drains in Southcrest for the past 4 years. He was too busy playing pretend scamdemic and making a music video about how Todd Gloria is back to save the day in San Diego. Good Lord. All while he and his staff are wearing masks to protect themselves from imaginable killer dots in the air that don't exist. The council members are all playing air guitar with brooms. That's what took priority, Monica. It's an embarrassment. The city is an embarrassment. This county is an embarrassment. It is disgusting. These flood victims have a very righteous beef. I hope they get some lawsuits rolling. And we do not consent to being sprayed like bugs from the sky, Jim. That's what's going on. Learn up. SAWPA. It's a governmental agency. Let's go.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Paul Bold. It's very nice of the assessor to offer to forgive all these supplemental tax payments, but you know, I'd rather see the county pay for the repairs that are known to be necessary in advance of the storm or whatever catastrophe it is, rather than pay more, whether forgiving these supplemental tax dollars or perhaps in real dollars when the decay or whatever builds up. For the repairs and property damage and liability. Also, this is actually mostly the city's responsibility. Why are we spending our county tax dollars on this? Personally, I feel that charging the city reimbursement would be a good way to instill the lesson about not drastically underfunding public works, as Mayor Gloria did, in favor of flashy buildings and moving the homeless around. And I hope that you simplify the application process for this tax relief as much as possible. Kevin, Jim mentioned what he said about the migrants being bussed in, because I believe Oceanside was the first place they bussed them to in the county.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, we've run into some of the people that were just unspeakably devastated by this geoengineered weather event. And as more people become aware of the fact that the climate is being engineered, not climate change, climate engineering. There is an anger growing out there in combination with that and in combination with the negligence of the city of San Diego. I saw so many of those people come to speak there at the city council meeting. I mean, it's just unspeakable what these people have endured. And yet, all of this could have been prevented, and this has been an ongoing issue. And then all of this stuff that's going on in the skies that's interfering with normal weather patterns could have been prevented. So instead of just delaying property tax, doing the deferral, just forget it. Just don't do any property tax and actually help them rebuild. Wouldn't that be the neighborly thing to do? I think it would. And I'm sure a lot of the people directly affected in, as I said, unspeakable ways would appreciate that. But maybe someday. Thanks.
Your final call for Mark and Tasha Williamson. Bryant, I do not have a speaker slip for you for this item.
You should.
I don't.
Did turn it in.
I have one for fire protection, item 1 coming up next, but I don't have a speaker slip for you for this item.
I turned it into you. Can you look again?
I've looked through my piles, we don't have.
You guys don't have 2 speakers. Can you just let them speak, please?
Oh my goodness.
It's weird. I fill out one for every one of them.
We'll now hear from the individual that requested to speak by phone.
It's truth. I second Paul's ideas because this item is the very bare bones bottoms local government can do to help people from local government's intentional negligence. Here's why I'm possibly in approval.
Leaders have long known the entire city was vulnerable to a big rainstorm.
This clip aired September 20th, 2023. Engineers say San Diego is one bad rainstorm away from disastrous flooding. We're talking about cars, homes, and stores all submerged in feet of water. Right now, the city has no set aside to fix that system. Stormwater officials said 4 pump stations were at risk of critical failure, meaning blocks of streets would be submerged in flooding. Sound familiar?
Naomi Phillips-Terry.
My mother stood before this council in 1979. The same problem that happened January 22nd, 45 years later.
South Troyes Creek. City records show it was supposed to be maintained as part of an emergency maintenance plan dating back to 2016. Even so, a 2019 city stormwater report said, quote, maintenance is not recommended.
I am requesting immediate accountability for city officials responsible for the mismanagement of funds and neglect of critical infrastructure.
There's a culture of corruption going on. And what we need is a solution to people in government's negligence and dereliction of duty. That's the cause of widespread damage, like I said, because everyone knows this flood is nothing but a land grab.
Weeping. Why?
Actually, to widen the channel. There are some parts that we're seeing we're going to have to actually acquire property.
And that was McFadden, and he oversees stormwater for the city. As you heard him say, some of these properties might need to be acquired by the city.
And what's going to stop the predatory developers from benefiting from the item, huh?
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, for bringing this board letter together with me, and thank you to everyone who was engaged in this process. This is exactly, to the county assessor, what we're supposed to be doing. And I do take your calls over the weekend because I do know that we're always trying to figure out together how we address some of these big issues that are facing us right now. I think that the governor declaring the winter storm and disaster was the first step, and us coming together on as a community and as a county on the recovery piece is going to be critical for those impacted. You know, we're waiting for, you know, FEMA and the California Office of Emergency Services have verified that the damages are over $30.8 million. And so, it's going to take us working together to make sure that people are able to get back into their homes and do everything we can so that they continue to have a good quality of life. So I think the adoption of this ordinance is authorizing the deferral of supplemental property tax payments for owners of property damaged or destroyed by the winter storms. And it's going to add an important layer to the relief available under California law. We know that many of those that were impacted didn't have access to insurance coverage to repair their homes, and this is creating a great burden on them and their families. And so we're going to continue to do everything we can. The county's temporary lodging program has housed about 1,200 folks already. We're going to continue to push to make sure that we do everything we can, that no one is, unhoused, and help and support. But I think the first step of deferring the property taxes is how we can help with the cost burden for the residents. So want to make sure that we concentrate on regaining stability and that we do everything that we can so that they can rebuild their homes. And so thank you again for all the work. And with that, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the introduction of an ordinance authorizing the disaster relief deferral of supplemental property tax payments for the owners of property damaged or destroyed in the governor-proclaimed severe winter storm disaster through this first reading. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
I'll be brief and say thank you to the chair. Thank you to Mr. Marks. Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your advocacy. There are a lot of community boots on the ground coming together as neighbors to help everyone that is going through unimaginable hurt and pain in so many different ways as a result of January 22nd. So when Jordan called and said, hey, we found something in state law that will allow us to give additional assistance, it was a no-brainer for me to join in this effort. I know that it is not everything that needs to be done. I think we're going to be working on recovery and finding ways for folks for years to come. We took a vote earlier, making sure that the money that we are reimbursed goes back into the recovery efforts. We are doing so much of what we can. I won't say everything, right? We can always do more, but this is a good step in just providing some sense of relief and at least giving people time to breathe, to figure out their next steps, in which we hope to help them in their next steps. My goal is to get as close as we can to making everybody that has experienced this devastation whole. And so we have been communicating with the state emergency, Office of Emergency Services, FEMA, elected officials up and down the state of California. We need to do the absolute best we can. And so this is just a step in that direction. And I appreciate everybody who has worked on it, and I will second the motion. Thank you.
Supervisor Anderson.
I'd just like to thank Jordan Marks and his team. And having weathered some fires, I know how desperate people become when they lose and are fully devastated, losing everything in their life and fleeing with just the clothes that are on their back. So every little bit, no matter how small, is a huge step in the right direction. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you for being so clever. And I don't know if Shane is still here, but it's been a long day for Shane, but he's used to working hard for his community. So I hope if somebody sees him, please pass on that I'm grateful to him too. Thank you.
Shane's right there, next to Jordan. Supervisor.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say this real quick. It's around insurance, right? And most, if not all, of these homeowners had insurance. They just did not have the rider for flood, because when you buy a home in San Diego, most times you're not required to get it. And so I just want to make sure that we're, that is, we continue to say that, because I don't want it to be out there in the public at all. This is a group of irresponsible people. They're very responsible. Most of them, this was their one thing that they were going to pass down through generations, right? And they did everything they could to take care of their home. And so that's the difference between fire, flood. We're in San Diego. Does it happen in San Diego? until, now it does. But I just want to make sure that I put that on the record. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for all your support. The next item on the agenda is the Fire Protection District 1, Notice of Public Hearing, Adopt an Ordinance for San Diego County Fire Protection District Ground Ambulance Services Area for Emergency Medical Services. I'm going to turn it over to our county team for a presentation. Sarah?
Good evening, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. On September 30th of last year, County Fire began providing ambulance service to the entire San Diego County Fire Protection District, and including Valley Center, Deer Springs, and the Alpine Fire Protection Districts. Before the board today is a proposed increase to the ambulance transportation rates that will help reduce the burden on general purpose revenue dollars and ensure we have a high level and sustainable ambulance service. Joining me today is Fire Chief Tony Meacham and Jeff Collins, Director of County Fire. For more information, I'll start out with turning the presentation over to Chief Meacham.
No, thank you, Holly. Although fire protection and first responder emergency medical services are typically funded by local tax dollars, ambulance services are traditionally funded through a transportation fee. When Ramona was added to the San Diego County Fire Protection District, this became the first time that County Fire was responsible for transporting patients to the hospital. In anticipation of Ramona coming to County Fire, the board approved a fee of $2,500 per transport, which was based upon the regional average at the time. We believed this rate was appropriate since it was a relatively small service area and additional funding sources came from the Ramona Municipal Water District when fire protection and ambulance service transferred to County Fire. At the same time, I want to be clear that in accordance with existing state and federal laws and regulations, charges to patients are limited. For those on Medi-Cal and Medicare, these rates are established by law or regulation and are capped. Charges are also capped for those without insurance. With respect to patients who have private health insurance, recent changes in state law, to be discussed later in this presentation, requires private insurance plans regulated by the state to cover full charges. Those patients are only responsible for their normal copay and deductibles. In 2023, at your board's direction, County Fire explored various options to provide equitable and sustainable ambulance transportation services to our most rural and underserved communities. Through a contract between the county and the County Fire Protection District under recently established state legislation, along with our private partner, American Medical Response, we were able to increase the number of available ambulances. In total, we now have 22 ambulances to ensure every patient who needs to go to the hospital gets critical and sometimes life-saving care. This is part of our county's commitment to disadvantaged communities. I'll now turn the presentation over to Jeff Collins.
Thank you, Chief. When we briefed your board in September, we highlighted several fiscal challenges with the new ambulance service area. This includes having a large service area, small population centers, and a payer mix that is heavily weighted towards public programs that have limits on reimbursement, and a large number of patients without insurance coverage. Last September, we projected an ongoing funding gap that could be $3 to $5 million. We won't know the actual gap until we have a lengthy history of building revenue. In order to help mitigate this gap and decrease the dependency on the general purpose dollars, we began reviewing our ambulance rate in order to bring it more in line with our costs and comparable to other jurisdictions. An obvious question is, what does this mean for patients? But there's some good news. On January 1st, the state enacted AB 716, which provides important consumer protection to vulnerable patients by effectively ending surprise or balance billing. In addition, AB 716 requires private health insurance plans regulated by the state to fully reimburse public agencies the cost of an ambulance transport if that agency has an ordinance that establishes the charges. For uninsured residents, we can only bill the cost at the Medicare rate, which is less than $1,000 per transport. However, we recognize the financial challenge this can still present to the uninsured. For this reason, County Fire has a hardship practice where we work with patients to address their ability to pay. We are proposing a fee increase that takes the updated countywide average and adds 10% to account for the rural nature and lower call volume of the ambulance service area. The proposed fees support the entire ambulance system, including labor costs, medical equipment, and capital replacement. Even with the proposed fee increase, we still anticipate an annual fiscal gap in between revenues and expenditures in the millions of dollars. The exact amount is unknown and depends on how many transports we provide in the fiscal year, which is currently around 11,000, and how many private insurance payers we have in our system. County fire staff worked with an outside consultant to evaluate several options for the proposed fee increase. As previously mentioned, the proposed fees are based on the countywide average with a 10% increase to account for our unique service area. County Fire each agency establishes their ambulance fees differently. So County Fire believes a rate that is inclusive of all charges is the easiest for patients and insurance agents to understand. Other agencies have specific line items such as oxygen, EKG, medicine, supplies, and a nighttime charge. We averaged those costs and included them as part of our base rate. County Fire did the same analysis for nearly 20 comparable counties to ensure our fees are reasonable. County Fire's goal remains to reduce the financial impact to the county while continuing to provide an equitable level of service to our residents. Holly, I'll now turn the presentation back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Today's board action requests approval to waive Board Policy B29 and approve the first reading of an ordinance that would update the emergency medical services fees for ambulance transportation services in the San Diego County Fire Protection District ground ambulance service area. And this concludes our presentation, subject to any questions the board has.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and turn it over to public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have one request to speak in person on this item. I'd like to invite forward Bryant Rumbaugh. 2 minutes to address the board.
All right, thank you. Still Brian Rumbaugh. So, everybody obviously needs, emergency medical transport. That's definitely not a system that, let's just say, people would ever want to abuse in any particular form or fashion. And I do understand that things cost money. What I did notice while reading the agenda item was, kind of the wide range of the prospected shortfall that more or less this was going to happen. That current fee schedule that you had was actually approved pretty much June 23rd or June 22nd of 2023, I think. So it's obviously kind of, let's just say needing to be reevaluated. Really, hiring the consultants is really, when you guys were talking about in the agenda item, the wide range, and even in the previous agenda item, hiring consultants to kind of give input to you guys. I understand that that's, once again, how this system, let's just say, operates. What I can say is that there are a lot of people, who really do, make a living off of, I'm not going to say dysfunctional government. Dysfunction exists everywhere. But what I'm just saying is, we need to open up a pipeline between you guys and really the constituents, what their hearts are, their feelings are, their viewpoints on things. And I totally understand we're talking about, emergency medical transport. What I will say is that, I was actually a big fan of the volunteer fire departments, that type of thing. Because really, I even heard a story last week of, really the fire response in the 2007 fires, where 7 homes were burning or about to burn, I should say, on a residential in Rainbow, and the one guy that was able to save his home, he actually had to fight it himself, and I'm out of time.
Thank you. My apologies. We do have individuals that requested to speak by phone on this item. I'll go ahead and identify the first caller.
True from this item, quote, because of Assembly Bill 716, the change in ambulance fees will not impact direct costs to patients, but will raise costs for private health insurance companies, end quote. It means that everyone with health insurance will be paying higher prices very soon. Just another carrying act from the crazies running the state circus. Last year, the county fire team wasted money on 2 different expensive consultants to find out how far behind they already knew they were on cost recovery for ambulance fees. Despite their already overpriced cost to people who need an ambulance, they're losing $3 to $5 million a year. Apparently, the county didn't care about a $2 million discrepancy between the two different consultants and hired yet another expensive consultant to find the best methods to raise prices. Unlike the lies in the sign about it will have minimum impacts to our lowest income and most vulnerable residents, it will actually increase the cost everyone pays, whether or not they actually ever need an ambulance. This is more state-sponsored socialism, the myth that rich people or insurance companies will bear the cost burden of state-demanded fee increases. But it's really the poorest people who suffer when they're no longer able to afford the increase in insurance rate price hikes. The insurance companies will continue to thrive right along with the corruptors in government and public-private fascist business with them. That's a big part of why prices continue to rise, along with the extremist unionization demands of ever-increasing salaries and benefits, and other state interference that has private contracted ambulance services operating similar to the taxi mafia scheme, and socialist government health care programs such as Medicare and Medicaid not paying the actual value of the emergency services provided, which increases prices to everyone. For those that didn't understand, the government doesn't pay their bills, and there is no such thing as free health care. Here's my solution. Quit waiving fees for stack attacks and waive the $3,000 plus fees for ambulance services instead. If you don't, that means you don't care whether or not someone who needs medical care might die. Consider that. But I also agree with Bryant's solution of voluntary ambulance services. If we do go back to that, people pay into a community fund rather than directly to government, you're going to see a lot better results already happen in other states and other cities. Something to consider.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, with that, I'm happy to make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Thank you for all your information. Appreciate the work. Next item is, as at each meeting, I always ask our colleagues for a report on progress on any pertinent information. Does anyone have anything at this time? All right, seeing none, the next item is I'm going to ask for the non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 31 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 13 in person and 18 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and I'm going to go ahead and call the first 5, and then we'll proceed given the volume in the chamber if individuals are here. So, as your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Consuelo, Brian Trumba, Abdur Rahim Hamid, Janice Luna Reynoso, Anthony Avalos. Call your name, please come forward.
Consuelo. So you continue to prove the concerned citizens right, the ones who show up for every single meeting and every single item. There are so many major reasons why we should all be concerned, sincerely. All of these politicians who have allowed for flawed policy in the past and present will go down in history as the enemy of the people. Only 30 seconds, wow.
Next speaker, please.
All right, still Brian Rumbaugh. Jim, this is my last one for today. And this actually might be the last time I see you for a little while, okay? Just, that's unfortunate. It's just, it's a lot for me to come down here, and I'm kind of running out of funds, to be quite frank. But what I'd like to do is, I got to shift my approach to get this message out. It's a very important message. And once again, the citizens need to somehow be engaged and really just kind of provide them the tool. And we got to build that ourselves. And I heard so many things come out of pretty much one of your guys' mouth today that you actually would understand the benefits if we had the chance to sit down and actually talk. And I obviously presented the information that would be, let's just say, reviewable and understandable. It's a little bit of a concept that's abstract. We're all stuck in a system, okay? We've allowed really our politicians to, let's just say, just be funding facilitators while the people have been out to lunch, and this is what we've created. And it's really our fault because the Republican form of government is the way forward. okay? And ultimately, what I'd like to do, Jim, is send you an email. It's my best, route. It's probably going to have like about 60 line items. I did on YouTube a couple years ago try to get this message out. It doesn't ever seem to gain any traction. They throw it at my, I ain't going to go there. But it's the Standing Citizen channel. I'm not here to promote myself, man. I don't want anything off this. That's a big thing. Is everything in this world is at this point is everything about greed and profit and all that type stuff, and nobody can get rich off this, not even me, because it's too groundbreaking, it's too earth-shattering, and it does need to be part of the solution, because weather modification exists. I've actually talked to a Vietnam veteran who talked about it happening in Vietnam, and it's no joke. I got a lot of things to talk about. I'm going to send you an email, but it's Standing Citizen on YouTube. God bless you, Jim.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Please go ahead. State your name.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors, Chair Nora Vargas. My name is Anthony Avalos. I stand before you on behalf of District 3 with the united voices of countless community members affected by the catastrophic floods that struck our beloved county on San Diego, on January 22nd. In the immediate aftermath, local organizations like the Southeast Disaster Response Team, the Jackie Robinson YMCA, and the South Bay Disaster Relief Team sprang into action. Essential services were provided from housing, clothing, and food. The reason why I've come by today to speak is that we have two critical requests. I think one was already highlighted earlier in the meeting. That request is a need for mental health services. To make sure that I am as effective as possible, I want to just read this part. These individuals must be prepared to offer trauma-informed, culturally responsive care. We're asking for the deploying of peer support specialists and mental health professionals to accessible locations. It's not just the people who have lost everything, which they absolutely need support. It's also those of us who have been on the ground trying to provide what little support we can. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, Supervisor Vargas, we know you're in this fight with us. To the rest of the supervisors, we know you care. We know you're here. We're just asking for you to support these beautiful, powerful women and get us just a little bit more support. Without that, there's going to be more tragedy. I know that you guys heard of what happened this weekend, and it is a direct result of the trauma related to this flood. Because I don't want to disrespect the family and have not had their permission to speak on it, I would just ask that if you don't know what I'm referring to, you please look into it. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call the remaining speakers in person. Tasha Williamson, Melissa Grace, Adrian Kwiatkowski, Shane Harris, Sunny Mangioneri, Cynthia Fuller-Quinones, Paloma Serna, and Paul DeBold.
Okay, Paul DeBold. This county has started to provide housing for people displaced by the January 22nd flooding with up to 30 days of temporary lodging. All this was announced on February 12th, only 3 weeks late. And I hear that some people with expiring vouchers have to move yet again. Better than being homeless, I guess. You were quick to declare an emergency and seek funding. I thought you might actually be a bit more serious this time around, given previous experience, but it looks like you were just less quick to spend the funds. I'm not sure why you didn't just borrow back from the $43 million, largely in future expenses, that you budgeted for HHSA. And this would have cut down on the inevitable mental health problems that displacement causes. Meanwhile, the city sent displaced people to a hotel that was closed, in addition to the underfunded maintenance. So, is this a three-ring sitcom? Someone sure has some splaining to do. Can someone tell me, is Circus Vargas in town? Are we now going to pay taxes to you for what the cities should have done instead of creating splashy buildings or centers and not maintaining the infrastructure? Someone who is flooded out of his or her house or cannot get to work because the roads, bridges, or bluffs are washed out for the third, fourth, or fifth time is not going to blame one of you. He's or she will probably blame all politicians equally. You keep playing with fire, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Young, and I am an Asian Christian in San Diego County. I live in District 2, and I wanted to provide a bit of historical context so people understand why Palestinians need to be able to talk about their history without falsely being accused of anti-Semitism. Palestinian members of this commission have been called anti-Semitic for sharing their realities and lived experiences of the Nakba. Many do not know what the Nakba is. When the state of Israel was created, nearly 1 million Palestinians were forcibly and violently kicked out of their homes and forced into refugees in their own homeland. Many of these Palestinians ended up in Gaza, which the occupation government is ethnically cleansing. Weaponization of conflating anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism must be stopped. Palestinians have the absolute right to demand the right of return to their homes, the immediate end of illegal occupation, and equal human and civil rights. With regards to the phrase "from the river to the sea," the phrase was also used by the Israeli ruling Likud party as part of their 1977 election manifesto, which stated, "Judea and Samaria will not be handed to any foreign administration. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty." Those who say Palestinians want to kill all Jewish people when they say "from the river to the sea," or have an unambiguous desire for the destruction of Israel, do so due to their own Islamophobia and ignorance of the plight of the Palestinian people or sheer racism of Arabs. What does "from the river to the sea" actually mean? It is merely a way to express a desire for a state in which Palestinians can live in their homeland as free and equal citizens, neither dominated by others nor dominating them. This language was not created by Palestinians, and actually the founding charter of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party says, "Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty." So when Israel calls for the death of Palestinians, this is acceptable. But
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Megan Stewart. Good afternoon, Board President and members. My name is Megan Stewart. With a background in public health and experience working with individuals affected by drug use, I am here to address a pressing issue concerning the safety of our community's children. Unfortunately, the accessibility and potency of marijuana products, particularly marijuana-infused edibles, gummies, and candies, along with enticing, colorful packaging, has led to a concerning trend of accidental ingestion by young children. Emergency care pediatrician Priya Shah has witnessed numerous cases of children coming to emergency rooms in a state of confusion or unconsciousness after unknowingly consuming marijuana-infused edibles, mistaking them for candy. This situation highlights the urgent need for measures to protect children from unintentional poisonings and prevent unnecessary emergency room visits and hospital admissions. Although the proposed legislation, AB 1207, known as the Cannabis Candy Child Safety Act, did not receive the governor's approval, despite strong support from the State Assembly and Senate last year, it is reassuring to know that organizations such as the American College of Emergency Physicians, American Academy of Pediatrics, and California PTA are committed to reintroducing this important legislation this year. I urge the board to lend their support to this crucial legislation. Together, we can take proactive steps to safeguard the well-being of our children and prevent future incidents of accidental marijuana ingestion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, yes, my name is Amy Worth, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about voices being silenced in San Diego and beyond, being gaslit by our elected officials, and I'm concerned about the safety of all of our community members. So thanks to technology, once again, we can see firsthand what's happening on the ground in Gaza. The truth has been exposed on a massive scale in spite of our Western media blackout in the form of our U.S.-manufactured 2,000-pound bunker bombs dropped on civilians, mothers holding their babies as they take their last breaths, or a father reaching out to his dead toddler daughter after both being shot by an Israeli sniper. The people in Gaza have been live streaming their own genocide, screaming out to the world to step up and speak out. As I previously stated, Juan Vargas, whose top contributor was AIPAC, is one of your biggest supporters, Tara, and he's also been revealed to be part of the tax cheat 12, who collectively received over $8 million in campaign support from AIPAC and its affiliates just in last year's election. Nora Vargas, you recently returned from a trip to Israel with the American Jewish Committee Project Interchange. We know that other members of our locally elected officials have also taken money from pro-Israeli lobby interest groups. So when my children ask me how we could let this happen, I will tell them that the people we elected to positions of power, from the president down to our local officials in San Diego, whom we trusted to represent us, were paid off by pro-Israel lobbying groups to do their best to silence Palestinian voices and those of us who spoke out against these crimes against humanity. There's a grave danger for our Jewish community in conflating anti-Christian or anti.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a public health educator, deeply concerned regarding marijuana products and how they're destroying the brains of young people. Today, I wanted to bring to your attention that this month, a first-of-its-kind concurrent congressional resolution, known as Randy's Resolution, was introduced by U.S. Senator Ricketts and Representative Sessions to combat the growing public health threat associated with high-potency marijuana and increasingly addictive commercialized THC drugs. Randy was a young man who lost his life to suicide after suffering a psychotic break brought on by pot use. The resolution urges action at the local, state, and federal levels to combat the growing threat to public health. They hope to raise awareness about the dangers of these industrialized products, including candies, drinks, vape oils, and other edibles that are often 6 times as potent as traditional marijuana. At a press conference on Capitol Hill, Senator Ricketts said, the average THC potency in marijuana has increased by 287% since 1995, and it's killing young Americans. Randy's resolution is a call to arms for every level of government to do more to combat the dangerous, addictive marijuana products flooding the market today. He said, we can't stand by and do nothing while the big marijuana lobby gets the next generation addicted to a drug that causes mental health disorders and cognitive impairment. I ask this board to publicly support Randy's resolution, sending a message that San Diego County will not stand by and allow big marijuana to addict our youth and young adults. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon. The closed session items listed under item 18 on today's regular agenda will be considered tomorrow, the session on Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. We'll do it tomorrow. Okay. Those that requested to speak on closed session matters will be heard tomorrow.
With that, that concludes the business before the board today. With that, the session is adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow. I wanted to hang out.